Hello. Wasn't so much the Wheelston Meister. Also hi. I had some unfortunate news in the afternoon, so for a distraction, I demanded maximum in-game engagedness, I guess. I don't know. Wetwood vibes. Hello to you too. I'm glad the text-to-speech would have gone off during the intro. Hello to you too, Ragro. Oh, what's your long weekend, Aisha? I'm glad you got a long weekend. Alright, I have set myself up slightly. We'll let the game load a little bit. So, in order to gain early access to this game, I bought the premium edition. That came with some bonuses. Most of them broke the game. In terms of having, like, the Ferrari FXX is just the stupid... It is such a fast car. That I haven't needed to, like, oh no, I need a faster car for this very much. Oh no, that made the game, like, so I've just been progressing rapidly. What I also noticed is I got these treasure maps, which I can just turn on everything, so I know where it is, and I'm like, well, that's what you want as a streamer. So, series update, I have the yellow wristband. That's a cool looking Mazda.
Welcome back, Hugh.
Ooh. Well, I'm glad you've got a holiday, Masha. Because, yeah, I reviewed the achievements list. Is this where I'm supposed to be, or is this my house? This is my house. How dare they? Alright, well, I had gone down here. You can see, because there's a road that's been cleared. Okay, let's start with something doable. So, the idea is, we just faster travel. I mean... So, Kate is a doctor, and... she's been studying like the last 3 or 4 months for the assessment that gets it on program. She is the most experienced doctor going for the position, and there was like 5 of them, and 5 positions, and maybe 15, 16 people going for it. She had the interview 2 weekends ago and didn't feel like it went very well, and then found out today that she wasn't successful in getting to the next stage. And we have talked a lot about it being the last time that she would attempt that assessment, because ultimately, she's a good doctor. All the consultants who do the selection process think she's a great doctor. She's learning a lot as a surgeon, but she's hitting the ceiling on what she's allowed to do at the level she's at, even though she goes beyond that quite a bit. And it's just boring, right? Like, you're not progressing, so it's like, well, I'm just doing the same shit. So, yeah, we talked about it being the last year. So, yeah, in theory, this is... That's it. No more ortho. And it's just kind of a shit way to go out. Also, she went to work this morning. She won't be home till Sunday morning. So, yeah, that. Okay, okay. Well, obviously this one. So, like... it's like a part of life, right? Like, sometimes accepting the path that you think this is a particularly hard one, because, like, typically if it's like, oh, well, if you wanted to do promotion or progression, just change companies, or just like there's other ways around this problem than just you have to get through this. So you have to get through this series of 5 interviews where they ask you questions. The response time is supposed to be about 7 minutes, plus a bit of time for questions, and your ability to think on your feet, provide well-rounded responses that appeal to the assessors, and all that jazz is what decides whether you get to go to the next stage as a doctor, which has nothing to do with that. Yeah. So... Slow cars, let's go! Oh, I should probably... Hang on, we're gonna try... Let's try, just seeing as we're not gonna waste too much time to do this. Let's try a, handbrake start. It wasn't as slow, maybe. It was about the same, to be honest. I will screenshot that comment, Maestro, to be honest, because it's not some. It's a very concise way of saying something that we probably talked around a little bit. But I might screenshot that and just provide that directly on Sunday, rather than relay it. You make a good point, and like the way the system works is because obviously there's new doctors wanting to come through all the time. Like, you know, there's in theory 10 new doctors coming in every year for only 5 or 6 positions or whatever going out. They end up with it's a bottleneck, right? So what they also do is after you've had several shots, they just tap you on the shoulder and say it's not going to work out for you. Please stop trying. And the opposite keeps happening for Kate, where they're like, no, you should keep trying, which makes your comment relevant. Hi, Corpse. Congratulations on your 5-stream streak. I appreciate you dropping in all the time. Look, to be honest, YouTube has been remarkably shit for like, what, maybe 2 months, and it's I swear it's gotten worse recently. So, for me, I've been watching more Twitch as well. Like, I tend to prefer curated content, or at least like more highly produced content, obviously. The content I enjoy versus the content I produce. 2 different things. But yeah, like YouTube's been terrible, so it's like, oh, well, and then often you do find people that are just fun to watch on Twitch. But fair enough. Well, I appreciate your multitasking. Yeah. Now they just suspect it. That's just download now, right? Yeah. So, in relation to the comment I just screenshotted, the unfortunately sometimes, I have a feeling, like, of course we'll have, I suspect we'll have the discussion of, like, do you give it another shot? And I don't necessarily have an opinion on whether she should or not. Like, I guess we've been doing the same thing for a while. But, that's a good thing to remember if you're going to remember have another go, is like, maybe they've picked up on the fact that you're just willing to keep trying. I'm also tempted to suggest, like, just appeal it and say, this is bullshit. Like, if you're going to quit anyway, what's the... if you're going to say this is the last time anyway, why not throw mud at the wall and see what sticks? Okay. What is that? Teen Peak. I'm not sure I like the name of that emote. It is indeed the weekend. I think that wasn't me. It was someone that looked a little bit like me. I don't really want to drive this car. Okay, oh, I guess I have to do the other thing, because that would have finished. Yep, so we do the filtering, and we don't want... Go away. Not recommended. Skip all of this. We want incomplete. And then this, and this, and this. Wow. That should come under incomplete. So jobs. I think I want landmarks. Shore houses. Car meets. don't really care about that. I had to think about what you were saying then for a second, Corpse. It's not David. I'm glad it's not Goonbait. Cross country circuit, modern rally cars. Yeah, okay. We're gonna be doing some drifts, and some drag racing.
Works like this. I play the song
Earlier.
Go Wild. So at Horizon Festival Rock Show, Excess plays the skill song, you supply the stunts, and everyone goes wild.
200 meters. Turn left. Turn left. You've arrived at your destination.
Little rally car, okay. Modern rally. Probably this one, yes. It's a speed event, right? Not a score one. I mean, it's so the difference here is she's not looking for a promotion within the hospital or company. It's admission to the college, which is completely separate from any hospital, and it's admission via the board. So you would not be making that position to, like, ultimately, the college doesn't give a shit if you don't come back to the hospital, but they may. Basically, they're very likely to turn around and say you have to pass the test, so keep trying. But, yeah, yeah. Like, I have another friend who basically had a disagreement with their work because they were effectively training someone who was on quite a lot more money than they were in the same position, and it's just like, hey, this is like grossly unfair. And as HR does, like, you know, HR and management are like, oh, we understand this is a big problem, but we can't do anything about it. So they just basically said, cool, I quit. And then the next day went in with a resume for their own position. Or something along those lines. I'm not getting it exactly right, but okay, they got a little boost. Basically said, like, hey, very quickly, you guys are gonna, as soon as you realize I'm gone, you're gonna do the maths on what it takes to replace me and go, fuck. And then you've got an application from someone that you know that can do the job for less than it costs to replace me, but at the amount of money that they were asking for in the first place. And the company's like, yes, please, thank you very much. I think they hired off that resume without an application process, or without an interview process. I think they're just like, yep, done, you're in. Like, we need to fix this problem right now. And it's, like, oddly enough, a way to kind of circumvent executive-y kind of bullshit like that. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. I tried to rewind, which we didn't need to rewind. Like, the guy ran me into the wall, but... Oh, now I'm gonna run myself into the wall this time. Yeah, that guy. Like, he sped into the corner without braking and then just bounced off me to turn it. So I guess what I'm doing. Didn't even need it. Yeah, like it's kind of where I was getting at with the first point. Like, ultimately, if you're in one company or industry or whatever, like, everyone's situation's a little bit different. and the company you're in won't promote you. It's like, well, cool, I will take a promotion at a different company. Same as if you can't get a pay raise. It's like, you know, so within engineering, moving laterally is often how you get a pay raise. So you'll see people at basically my career stage, that sort of 5 to 15 year, you can move around every 2 or 3 years and like add quite a lot of money to your wage by doing that. But what you do at the same time then is make yourself very expensive. Alright, we're playing this game again, are we? Move, move, move. Get out of the way. Uh-oh. Any more than that. No. I hate this, like, chess move rewindy bullshit. How far back will you let me go here? Because I brake far too much behind that corner. Alright, fine. We'll miss this guy and make it easier. That was ridiculous. So hard to maintain traction through there, it is as bumpy as shit. They keep driving across the water. Yeah, exactly. Like, I think IT, engineering, like the technical you sell, like companies typically buy your time kind of jobs are the same sort of thing. It's like as you gain, your experience tends to increase with your number of years in the industry. So you gain value in that way. And yeah, like if someone's like, hey, you switch every few years, I don't want to only get a couple of years of value out of you before you decide you want to move on and increase your pay again. Like I've done personally in engineering, I did 3 years, 1.5 years, and I'm now about to hit 6 months. So if I move again, I'm in danger territory. I have never taken a job not wanting to stay 5, 10 years, 10 plus years, but I will 100% leave because of, if I'm in a company going, I don't want to be a part of this organization, I look for another job. Like it's not, for me, it's less about pay, it's more about managers and culture. Reaper, how you going, mate? Yeah, like often onboarding is like 6 months. Like, so, you know, at least 6 weeks of this person just costs money. They're not actually turning anything around. I'm pretty sure I was making money within a week, but there's also like the cost of the computer, the cost of like other people's time. Though often that's what they're paid to do. All right, so that's like the next horizon thing. When we unlock it, which is fine, because in the meantime, we're doing this stuff. I wonder if I can actually win a quarter mile.
Turn around when it is safe to do so.
Reaper, how have you been? What are you playing?
You've arrived at your destination.
Currently. Not quite what I was after. Isn't there a... This song, I wonder what the song is. Nothing really. Oh, just watching. Oh, look, Meister, I would argue, as an interviewer, you can ask, and if someone provides an answer that's like, okay, what you've said is reasonable, you have to have a certain amount of faith in that kind of stuff. It's not, I mean, to my mind, it's not different from someone, if you're kind of looking for someone that's going to be a good fit within your team, and you ask them, it's like, hey, you know, what do you think about those sort of fluffy questions? It's hard to know if they're being genuine in their responses or if they've just kind of done enough research that they know what to say, and in reality, whether they will be a good fit for the company is also a bit of a judgment call risk. I'd put it in the same character. Like, most people hire based on vibes, right? But it's the issue you've got with vibes is you've got, say, 1 or 2 positions and 5 people who absolutely suit the position. So how do you choose between the 5? It's like, well, this person has been changing every 1 or 2 years. They've got a good reason for it, but there's a bigger risk than the person who has worked at one company and has, yeah, whatever. I don't know what a good drag car looks like. That's probably something like this. I mean, I tend to just use this thing. Oh, the problem is if you use that, it just matches the other cars to what you've got, and then you're cooked. Well, maybe not. No, because last time I'm pretty sure I had to drop this to something stupidly low. See what I mean? It started a little bit, yeah. I think I fucked the jump start. Better, still not going to do it. Like, this is a very quick car, but I think it's a drag car. 8 seconds. Yeah, I agree with that. Like, that's kind of my point is, so 3 years is effectively fine. 3 years followed by 1.5 years is like, okay, well, at the very least, maybe you're not making good choices. Yeah. I'm just gonna... Where are we? Forza 6. Forza 6. Good drag cars. Okay, we'll continue for now. We'll go back and retry the event because that won't have ticked it off the map, and we are here to clear the map. Yeah. So I'll put it specifically. So first one, I was hired by a certain manager, and they stayed in that role for the first 2 years in that job. After 2 years, they moved into an executive project management role, and a new manager was hired. I didn't get along with that manager, but I didn't like that person's management style as much, but I gave it a year to try and see if I could make it work, and then after a year, there was just a series of things that happened at a local management level as well as the direction of the company that I just like, this isn't a good fit for me, so I moved. This is also not what I'd say in an interview either, because it sounds like very critical of the company. And then the next one was the job that I was hired to do, and what was promised during that interview was more or less what was happening for the first 6 months, and then the same thing. The manager that hired me left the company, and effectively the job just plateaued. It's like, no, like we're charging you out for a huge amount of money. The job that you're doing, you're making a lot of money on. The team's in a bit of trouble, so you're just going to do that continuously. And I'm like, well, I'm not. You haven't lived up to your side of the bargain, which, to a degree, does sound exactly like what you're talking about. So, yeah. I tend to get hired via Honda Beat, they reckon. I tend to get hired by who you know, like usually direct recommendations, so... I wonder if I need to upgrade this car as well. Because I have the ability to put a lot of... I can unlock a lot of shit. Let's turn this little Honda... Yeah, here we go. Going through a certain issue when you keep on running into the same people, you can get away with it if you're actually had a good work. Yeah, pretty much. Like, I get along with probably 80% of the people I work with. I really don't get along with about 20% of the people I work with. That's... but, sorry. The brand that I trade on is that I'm good. Like, I learn quickly, I produce quality stuff, and I am basically willing to do anything. So that tends to get around. Like, yeah. Plus, my resume is impressive as well, so... yeah, we need to upgrade this car, so we're going to quit the race for now and go to somewhere we can upgrade the car, which I think is the house, which is slightly odd. Turn this thing into my little... What's happened? No, not a barn find. I want... Where's my house? It's getting little, those, like, very high energy snippets of that song is grating.
Welcome back, Hugh.
Good friend of yours works a variety of tech on movie sets, and all offers they get are based on someone at a shoot going, we need someone for the camera, does anyone know a guy? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, to my understanding, almost the movie industry, or the... I was going to say entertainment industry, sounds dirty, but yeah, like those movie production industry is based almost entirely on who you know, and in certain parts of the world, that is kind of used as a way to keep wages low in insecure work and whatnot, because it's always like, well, there's always more people. Like, I'm complaining ideas here, but yes, it is often based on who you know. I mean, I'm okay with auto tuning. Nice. Ending. Rift, no. That probably. What the hell? What was holding you back on Knack? I'm gonna go check my Abaddon because I am getting the ads are in progress anyway. I'm getting hungry, so I should prepare for the foods. Okay. So in theory.
Hey, nice going.
I mean, I tend to find sometimes, like, I try too hard at a game for too long, and I'm not, like, my memory of the game is that I wasn't enjoying it, and then I go back to it, I'm like, no, like, the way I was going about it was incorrect, or just wasn't working for me at the time.
Beautiful stamp of the Koi Nobori Festival kites.
Nice. Thought that was a trophy as well. Back to the little corner of the map we're looking at clearing. Wow. Not bad, we'll just fast travel. I'm curious what happens.
For your journal.
Whoa. I'm still not super convinced this will work. We might have to change the difficulty as well. Wait. Oh. Okay. I don't know what happened there. I was holding the accelerator. Yeah, I saw that. I'm also very tempted by it. Actually, that's a question I had for chat. I'm considering... So I'm missing my... Oh, that was a better one. Nah, I didn't get him. .05. It's just not... Yeah, okay, so next stream is Tuesday. By my calculations, I can do the early access thing again for 007 First Light, which is more in my wheelhouse of story-driven games. So I think Tuesday is typically my quietest stream, but early access is early access. And then obviously that would probably be the main game I'm playing for a while. So if next week was like 2 streams of...
Maybe it won't.
Jesus. 2 streams of 007 and then probably a Warhammer for Saturday night. Would that be something we're interested in? Problem is we put ourselves in the S1 class. And that Mercedes AMG 1 is here every fucking time. I'm assuming you wouldn't be able to hear that. It's getting ads through one of the fucking guide pages I had open. It's very confusing. That is very funny. Sure, I don't care. That's fair, yeah. I don't think that's mean, Maisha. That's I'm quite supportive of people not well, I mean, watching the story. Like, if you don't spoil games for yourself by joining a stream. It's an interesting point. It's like if people want to play it themselves, they're less likely to watch the stream. What am I? I think maybe a lower level drag tune for this car might be smarter. No, God, no. I mean, it's also, like, if I'm playing Pragmata, it's like, yeah, like, that's almost like a test of whether you want to play the game, which I get. And then, what's the other one I'm playing? Warhammer's easy played it.
Welcome back, Hugh.
Playing older games is a lot safer in that regard. Braking's a bit redundant. These would be real expensive. Hi, Caramel. How are you? Yeah. Oh, yeah. So how are the sub badges going? You've got the 2-month. Excellent. These don't do anything in terms of making the car faster. Yeah, so what I thought is I'll take a... Nope, let's do it now. Upcoming games. Because I'm also wary of just stacking on too many games that I want to play after another. Like, I've got 3 that I'm running currently. If it becomes 5 or 6, that becomes unmanageable. So just scrolling through the list. No one formats this in a way that's... I mean, I missed the mouse game. Like, I wanted to play that and I just missed it. Okay. We're up to May 22nd. So Lego Batman I want to play but don't need to do it the second it comes out. 007 First Light I'd like to play early. Doesn't look like there's much in June. Nothing in July. Metal Gear Solid Collection Volume 2 in August. Might be something, maybe. Marvel's Wolverine in September. That's another day one that I'd go for. I don't think I'd go for GTA 6. So yeah, like I don't have Fable 4, maybe? Kena, Scars of Cosmora, I'd have a crack at.
I'm Simon Neal.
These are all the unconfirmed date ones.
And I have just received a picture from May of her abandoned estate. These are known as IKEA in Japan and quite common.
Yeah.
So if
So,
you take one on as
like,
a project, you get
it's
to breathe new life into it.
I know I've been doing a lot of
And here in excess,
a lot.
we are
I guess
all
3
one
new
big
games in a
community.
row
So
with
May
Pragmata
friends,
and
cannot
Pragmata, Forza 6, and the next one is 007. But I think we're gonna have a run of we'll complete the games we're already working on. We'll get through Dredge. We'll see what other games get nominated. I've got a sub goal for a hard game, so hopefully that goes off. So yeah, I think adding one more game to the list, particularly that I've been excited for, sounds good. You have a friend from Australia and they broke their foot and they are a podiatrist. I mean, that happened. You're allowed to break your foot as a podiatrist. And yeah, well, I mean, it's I'm getting close to it. I feel like I can manage it, but I can understand if there's like people hanging out to watch another Warhammer stream that are like, you're not really playing Warhammer anymore. What's going on? But at a certain point, I'll have finished Warhammer, so the same sort of thing happens. But I'm aware of it as well. That's what I should be saying. So PI for Hire was not good, do you think? Caramel, please explain. Also with GTA, I haven't played a Grand Theft Auto game really since 1 or 2. I think I played a lot of 2. I am willing to jump into 4 or 5 or maybe 6 for the story and see how it goes, but like the type of game it is doesn't super appeal to me. I didn't mind the art style. Like it's very evocative of older cartoons and yeah. I mean, I guess the other question. So the platinum in. Oh yeah, should change difficulty. That's how I could have fixed it as well. Just change the difficulty. Like it just has an effect on how fast they are. This little beast will be my new drag race winner. Beautiful, thank you. Because I think Ghost was telling me that you have to basically do 1,000 hours worth of the game in order to complete the platinum. So I am also interested in the story elements of Grand Theft Auto, and I think so 5 would be on the list of games I want to play somewhere, but it's a long way down. Like I haven't played Skyrim. Skyrim's down there somewhere too.
The next Horizon Rush is at the Irokala Space Center. I'm really hoping.
I don't know why my internet is playing up, or at least why the game thinks my internet is playing up. There'll be some more drag racing.
Jordy really isn't. Keep it up. See you there.
Apparently. Like, I haven't checked the list, so...
You've arrived at your destination.
This thing is... Oh yeah, the brakes in this thing don't work because it's a drag car. Like, the brakes don't work at all. Okay, so you go into this thing, and you go View Collection Journal, and then it tells you that for the Irakawa quarter mile, I have not done it in any of the classes. Okay, so let's start with D. And you don't really have to, we're in here. You just go, I would like to filter my cars and choose a, nope, not that one. Choose a D car, and it's tempting to use this. Yep. Okay. I've also heard that GTA 4 is kind of the best one. Like 5 is obviously a bigger achievement, but 4 might be the better game. I haven't delved into the why on that one. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. There's no one else here. You just like to be a girl character and do deathmatch. What does that mean, Caramel? Is that sort of like doing deathmatch in a Call of Duty game?
You've arrived at your destination.
And then we change car to C. And we pick one of these now. I mean, probably that, because it just looks cool. Yeah, I mean, I could see the benefit in either. It is Grand Theft Auto, after all. Launch control. I think my internet's not working, so this is going to be me the whole time. I mean, obviously my internet's not working. How could it be?
You've arrived at your destination.
Someone just talked at me. Maybe my internet is working. The good thing about doing it like this is that the cars get better each time, and that's fun. After this one, I might go put my food in the oven so that during the final drag races, it can warm up.
Have you heard of Moto Auto magazine? If not,
Five,
you are missing
4,
out.
3.
I've been tracking down every copy I can find, and my bandmates have been slowly losing space in the tour bus to my
I will
collection.
drift. There is a drift.
Not gonna
I mean,
stop,
yeah.
though. I hear Larry Chen is
I'm doing it geographically.
posted about a feature he's doing for them. I'm counting the days until it hits the shelf. I guess I better make some more room.
So basically, I've come to the bottom corner of the map, and we're just going to work our way across. So we'll hit the city, hopefully, maybe this stream. So we just, I've cleared this bottom corner already. Treasure maps are on, so we'll go and do this stuff. And I think the nearest drift is there. So soon. Oh, that is a big score needed. All right. I think we're up to A. What looks like a fun, I mean this, I guess. Okay, we'll do the other thing. We'll be right back. Can you have VIP? What's VIP? I'm gonna set an alarm so I don't forget that that's in the oven. Also, take some painkillers. Getting a headache. I'm not sure if it's just the... Ah. I don't know if I can just give you VIP, can I? I don't know if that's... Is that...
Fuel your drive with high-octane rock energy.
I can block you, report you, follow you, whisper you, and invite you.
Excess listeners.
I don't know what invite does.
Street race meet up last night. There was a new racer, very impressive skills, but I did not
Okay.
know the name. It's very, very important that I find out because they handle the streets so well. I feel they could cut our road time on tour in half. I'm not sure the band would fit in their car, but we got to weigh up the pros and cons. Up next, another awesome track.
It's, I got unable to add VIP, which is interesting. Hang on, 2 secs. Maybe I copied your name wrong. There you go. Must have typed it wrong. You're welcome. And look, to be honest, if you hadn't asked, I may not have known, so it is well deserved. 6, 5, 4. Fluff the start a little. You're welcome.
Arrived at your destination.
I mean, drag is straight line, right? Drag is straight line. Drifting is... drag is going in a straight line and trying to go as fast as you possibly can to set the quickest straight line speed. Drifting is... how much you can slide through the corners. Typically has very little... It's not... Doesn't always completely ignore speed, but it's usually about style more than speed. So other than both starting with D and involving cars, they're pretty different. They both differently involve cars. Yeah.
Arrived at your destination.
Car? Jesus. Ridiculous. At a certain point, it'll probably punish me for it, yeah. We'll find out with the R car.
Arrived at your destination.
Nice, Caramel. Do you know what you're saving for? Or you just like being rich? I mean, yes. Minecraft. Is Minecraft a game that can be trophy hunted? Alright, we're gonna risk our dinner. Mine. But you spent 50, I think my star spent 50. Okay, there you go. This is so much slower than the last 2 cars. Might have caught up a little. Water time!
Alright, excess fans, now, being in a rock band that tours the globe, you go to sleep in the tour bus in one place and wake up somewhere else. My advice, never pass up the opportunity to go out and discover that local
the computer said
charm
no.
and learn about the history. So that's why
You can
I'm
earn
looking
achievements
onto
with an
as
Xbox
many
account even if you're playing on
Hasegawa's
mobile or
day
PC or
trips as
Switch.
possible. In between playing the best
I mean, I'd probably just play it on
of course.
PlayStation, I assume, but I take your point. Alright, so now we've wiped off the entire airfield thing that's over here. So, we'll grab this guy next and then find the treasure car. What I am going to do is go eat the food that is now ready to eat. So, my shot. Alright, if it fits the criteria, how much would that cost? There's a legit way of doing it, or you join a trophy server where you can pop most trophies in whatever an hour. Okay. Understood. Well, ads are incoming. I'm going to take a break, eat my dinner, and we'll be back with more Forza map clearing goodness. See you soon. For every politician in our federal parliament, we have 60 lobbyists who have free access, full and free access. Like you pay a fee and then you just get free. Like, and it's not quite money in brown paper bags, but it's basically money in brown paper bags. Like we have rampant corporate corruption in Australia. So like something like 80% of the population just wants a full ban on all gambling advertising. And that was a promise for the last election. And they're about to do it. And they're just kind of like, oh, actually, you know what? Oh, we were going to do some like maybe just ban it between certain times, but actually just look at bailouts when they're just like, oh no, this bank has accident, you know, they invested hundreds of millions or even hundreds of billions of dollars and they lost it, and we just can't have people losing that account of money because it's mums and dads. So then taxpayers, i.e. the mums and dads, give the big chunk of money to the bank so they could bail out their investors. Turns out not mums and dads, billionaires who are just like, hey, I invested $200 billion. I invested a stupid amount of money in a really stupid investment knowingly, and then it all went wrong. And instead of me going, well, that was dumb to me, I guess I'll have to just live off the rest of my fortune. That it's unacceptable. People with lots of money cannot lose money. That can't happen. They run the economy. They keep things moving. So they just like take money out of taxpayers from public funds and then give it to the rich people. And then what you get from that is austerity. It's like it cuts in public services and cuts in mostly social services and public education and hospitals and things like that, because you have to, because suddenly there's no money for tax. I don't know why I didn't try and block there. What did that guy just barf everywhere? So, right, so we say if you cause it, you don't get help. If you didn't cause it, you do. So people choose to smoke. Therefore, if they get lung cancer and they smoke, no help. But if you get lung cancer and you don't smoke, you get help, right? But what happens if you get lung cancer and you live with someone that smoked? Like, I know you didn't choose it, but why didn't you stop them smoking? Like, couldn't you choose to go outside? So we're getting a little bit complicated. Alcohol's another one. So if you drink a lot, that can make you quite unwell. So if you drink, that means if you drink and get liver cancer or any of the myriad, so like alcohol's a class 1 carcinogen as well. So if you get cancer, sorry, no good. So we're already starting to get into murky grey territory. You can extend it further. What happens if you're someone who engages in a lot of sport? Like I play hockey. So field hockey is running around hitting a ball on a stick. What happens if through playing hockey, I cop quite a serious injury? I chose to do that. Do I get covered? Like, is that... The issue I have with this kind of thinking, right, that we go, aha, we're going to draw a box around the good people in society, because it's also just an aside, often whenever someone does that, they just draw a box around the people all of one color. But anyway, let's get away from that argument. So you draw a box here, all the people that have full-time jobs and pay good tax and don't have criminal records and don't do drugs, cool. Here are all the good people. You get help, everyone else, go fuck yourself. people don't just exist in that box. People start their life outside the box and then move into it and then move back out of it and then move back into it. If we're calling the box as someone as being like just a productive member of society, like they are net output as opposed. It's the FIA, I suspect, is less of the problem, and more of the problem is the fact that they're what's the word for it, marshals, are volunteers. It's the same problem that the AFL has partially addressed, which will make no sense to you, Masha, presumably. But so I'll start with the Australian Football League. Never used to pay their umpires. So you've just got volunteers who work, they're lawyers and they're doctors and they're whatever else. So you get this inconsistency in terms of fitness, their ability to follow the game and how they apply the rules and everything. The AFL has made most of the I think for the men's game they're now professionals, and the women's they're still volunteers. But anyway, by doing that you then have people who are like professionally these things, and you can standardize the whole thing, you can kind of control and make sure they're all on the same page. The marshals should be part of the tour and travel around.
Get that man away from me! Hey, fella!
You broke this poor fool's leg, mister.
This maniac tried to eat me! We've got cannibals in these here hills! Please help me!
He do what now?
Please.
Fella's gotta eat now.
Oh.
Fella's got to eat.
Save me from this
What's up
freak,
with your
please.
tongue? No, dude, you can't. No. Absolutely not. Did you know we are the home of the pharmaceutical giant Umbrella Corporation? Raccoon City is a vibrant, dynamic city with a long, rich history of its own. In this guide, we'll introduce you just a few of the more unusual points in the city. Damn it, I was doing well. Just a few of the more unusual points that interest our city has to offer. Orphanage? Who puts an orphanage in there? This city's attractions include an orphanage. Would you like a child? AO doesn't know what is true or false. It only knows what was said more often. It's the bell curve. Like, it can give you the this was said more often than this. In Australia, the minimum donation amount in order for it to count as a donation, not for it to count, the minimum donation amount for it to be tax deductible is $2. So if you donated $2 at the checkout, they would have to give you a little donation receipt, which then you can use on your tax return to say, hey, I donated money, it's tax deductible. If it's less than $2, then you don't get that. It doesn't qualify. However, if you're a big supermarket collecting 40 cents from everybody, and that's like 10 grand or 100 grand or $1 million at the end of the year, that's tax deductible for you. So that whole like, hey, you should help this charity is actually Coles, and is actually the big supermarkets. Fucking Coles and all you can name them. You're doing days of extra work, and particularly when that work is invoiceable, when you're in an industry where they sell someone's hours, it's pure profit. Like, they're not having to pay you hourly, so your insurances and work covers and all this kind of stuff is factored into your first 40. So if you work beyond 40 and they can invoice it for it, it's pure profit, baby. They love that shit. Do I get anything? A cutscene. Okay, fair enough. The fact that there have been people with lots of money sitting in the background is not new. Not at all. And you are right about the fact that it seems like in the past people recognize that if you're going to be kind of nefarious and sit in the background and pull a lot of strings with your money, you might not want to have your face and your name everywhere. In fact, like some people like Rothschilds, and sorry, you had the other one, Rockefellers kind of worked pretty hard to either not have their name out there or to sanitize it. Whereas now it's like you've got billionaires who happily go on, like they will talk to, television isn't really the point anymore. They'll go on camera and talk about like, oh, like billions of people need to die so that we can build AI data centers, but that's okay. Like, it's the cost of doing business. And it's like that dude just advocated for killing billions of people or letting them die. And the reporter's just like, good point. Very old cars now, like cars from the 80s and maybe late 70s, that they were known for having very poor locks, like door locks and ignition locks. So you could pretty much open them with anything, like nail file, screwdriver, paddle pop stick. Like as long as it had like you could stick it in and use it to turn, anything would open the lock. So cars like that, they're basically just a free for all. So you'd go in and you'd turn them around, or you'd switch them. You'd go find two of the same make and color of these things and then swap them. Like hopefully like from other ends of a car park, so people are like, what the fuck's... That's how, so front loading, I think is what that's called, is how I approach uni. So most people at uni I found they'd get given an assignment, would like go, okay, cool, that's due in 2 weeks, I'll do it in 2 weeks. Whereas I'm like, no, I'm gonna go home and like make a start on it. And often you'd get like 80% of it done and go, okay, cool, like I don't need to do any of this. Like I feel like I've got this. You hit a point where you feel like you're on top of it. I'll just put this down for now and have another look at it in 2 weeks and hand it up. And that as a system was really good. Because best case scenario, you'd look at it and go, this is fine, submit. Worst case scenario, you'd look at it and go, shit, this is a mistake. There's heaps of errors in this, or I've learned something in the meantime, or whatever, it needs redoing. And the fact that you'd already done it all means at least the skeleton is there, or you've thought. The hacking is good. The shooting is good.
Charge that before firing for best results.
The dialogue is good. Like it doesn't. She's very much there to give me helpful hints, but is not being too obtuse with it all, which is a fault of some other 10 out of 10 games. It is probably a bit too linear, and there's a little bit shallow, but I suspect it'll open up more as the game wears on. I have a feeling like the second playthrough, if it does the thing where the second playthrough is related to the story, and you kind of like, here is your second playthrough with all the upgrades. If it does that kind of like, I can't think of another game that does this, but where the first playthrough is kind of your about understanding the story and the second playthrough is about kind of executing on the story or things like that. If it does that, I think it might get bumped up into sort of great game.
Yeah, 100%. Those are Australian PowerPoints. Although they should have switches like that one over there. We don't just have plugs. What the fuck, man?
I heard that big bastard crying in the bathroom. Makes it hard to shit when somebody's doing that next to you.
My stream preview was showing that it had frozen, so I'm glad it wasn't frozen. Good to hear about. What are we talking about up here? Minecraft. I'm happy for Minecraft to be added. I've never even tried to play that game, so it'd be a good experience. Caramel, I did see what Bezos said about the 3% thing. So that's about the US. It's extremely misleading. So that is just income tax. So if you look at the bottom half of earners in the US, their income tax contributes 3% of taxes, right? When you then consider the bottom half of earners and all of the tax they pay, like you pay tax on a lot more than just your income, right? Like you pay tax when you get your money from your employer, you pay tax then, and then when you spend it, you pay tax again. Yay. If you take all of the tax that low income earners pay, 50% the lowest 50% of income earners in the US contribute something like 47% of taxes. Like that shouldn't be the case. It should be like maybe 25% or so, and then you have the difference being made up by your high earners, because like ultimately the dollar to a poor person means something. A dollar to it's a bad way of explaining it. Obviously, the value of money goes up the less of it you have. So it is Bezos probably hired a better PR team who has been feeding him talking points because they want him to seem less like a robot human and more like a human, because they're worried that, I suspect the billionaires are genuinely worried about revolution, to be honest, because it is like, yeah, revolution. This is a terrible car. I don't want it. I'm sorry for politicizing. Just give me all the cars. Reset. Okay. The car that I want to drive is going to be... I think I did this one. Yeah. Oh, it's more so to say, oh, we shouldn't charge income tax to the lowest 50% of earners. Sure, that's a good idea. It doesn't, to present that as a concept that therefore they won't have to pay tax is where it's misleading. It's like, it's not, it will make a difference to their lives. So it is actually a good idea because that will make a different portion. Like, so you're losing 3% of the tax coming into the system, whilst the people who it affects are gaining something in the realms of like 25% of their income back. That is a good idea. You know what's an even better idea? Increasing taxes on the ultra rich, which will affect them maybe 5% and provide so much fucking money that you can probably fund hospitals, schools, social services, all the above. But you're also not right with the idea of there's an expectation that's like, well, if people have more money to spend, they're going to... it's actually... Sorry, you probably hit the nail on the head a bit more, which is, I would imagine Amazon's sales typically are declining. Just because, you know, money sucks at the moment, right? Like, I'm buying less stuff. I don't know about you guys. From the beach, you reckon? Found it. That is a nice car, actually.
2005 Ford GT. Hopefully the salty sea air hasn't ruined the paintwork. It's in decent condition.
Yeah, it's...
Could do with a full valet.
The Western world used to have progressive tax rates, which basically meant that as soon as your income started to approach very, very high levels, it was just taxed out of existence. Like, the highest tax rate was like 90%, which would kick in the millions, right? So, in that scenario, if you earned a shitload of money, it didn't really benefited you, it benefited everyone. Some would call that socialism. It probably is. And in that world, companies got rich, people didn't. What happened in the early 80s, I think that was repealed, mostly in the Western world, is that individuals started accruing massive amounts of wealth, and they started investing that wealth, and basically, instead of companies being very large and owned by many, many people, the concentration of shares and what, like, of wealth, it started going to fewer and fewer people. Basically, I'm getting... as that income, as these people were able to earn more wealth, they were then able to pivot to earning money from that wealth, and it just sort of spirals, right? Like, you have this sort of self-feeding system where it's in their interest to then start investing that wealth to mess with governments and fight against taxes and decrease regulation and all that kind of stuff. I'm describing what's happened to the world over the last like 45 years. Oh yeah, 100% Reagan. Reagan in the US, Thatcher in the UK, Howard in Australia. Pretty sure it was Howard.
Enjoy it. It's a head turner for sure.
It's also where the term trickle-down economics came from. That the idea that you know, advanced economies are built on empowering. So it was always supposed to be empowering ingenuity and gumption and that kind of stuff, right? Like, if you were willing to put the work in and work really hard, then you would be rewarded for that work. But what it has shifted to is having lots of money. Is that, like, once you've got lots of money, that money starts making you money, so you don't need to work. And then it's like, well, if I'd like more money, what can I do? I guess I'll put my money into making sure that other people don't make money and I make more money, and we've just had that ad infinitum.
Beach, but I was on my mountain bike, so I couldn't do anything about it. Well, someone...
Yeah, and both similar in, like, a number of regards too, right? Heading to the beach again?
Saw them driving around, great work in the cleanup, you deserve it. Can you maybe clean my mountain bike? Take this tune as a deposit?
Did not see that. Somehow.
Turn around when it is safe to
Pass.
You've arrived at your destination.
Is it up there? Is that... No, no, it's on the beach. Alright, where's the next thing? This guy?
400 meters. Turn right. Turn right. You have arrived at your destination.
I do find it interesting with all of the shitness, I guess, with the world is like, there's been this increase in the use of sort of, it started with advertising, right? Like advertising, like you look at it in Mad Men, which is a fictional show, but you know, reflects the industry at the time at some point. Probably conflates timelines a little bit. But the idea of advertising was initially done by people in advertising who had a gift for it, right? Like just had a nose for advertising. And then at a certain point, they're like, well, no, advertising, we should be involving statisticians and science and market research and all this kind of stuff and psychologists, because the more we start to understand about human behavior, the more we can exploit it, which, like, you see this represented in a number of ways where it's like, it'd be really counterintuitive to say that your product is the worst thing on the market, but if done in the right way, it will drive up sales, like that kind of thing. So you've had this idea that if you're trying to sell something, like manipulating the way that humans behave, manipulating human behavior can increase your sales, right? So in capitalism, that's perfectly fine. And then it's been extended to social media, right? Like Facebook, back when Facebook was just like the people you knew and the things they posted in the order that they posted them, you'd hit the end, it was relatively harmless, right? Like as soon as it went to endless scroll and there was this demand for more and more content, like there are more psychologists working in Silicon Valley than there are in clinical practice. At least that was a statistic a while ago. So the apps and the phones have been deliberately designed to keep us engaged. And we are increasingly becoming aware of it. Like if you wind back far enough, you'll find people saying that no, social media is a good thing, it's harmless. Whereas now we're all like, no, social media is like smoking. And in the same way that younger generations are kind of just moving away from certain things, not others. Like they're moving away from alcohol, but not moving away from nicotine so much. Just, you know, it's not a constant improvement, so to speak. You'll get generations will rebel against other generations, but you tend to have an increase towards progress. I suspect there'll be it's entirely plausible to have the idea that our children or our grandchildren or grandchildren's children or whatever will look back and say, how could you possibly have eaten meat? It is the idea that you would just go kill an animal and eat it is abhorrent, and that is almost certainly going to be true, because we will not need to kill animals to obtain meat. We can already grow meat, and that will get to the point, and it's like, well, you know, we don't need to kill animals, so why are we kind of doing it? Like that's a fairly reasonable, you know, if you extrapolate to the future, that's a pretty reasonable sort of thing to expect to happen. As people like, you know, the futurists like doing the little books. this is just going to be a drift area. I think drifting's a little bit easier to do up to. I mean, yeah, growing meat sounds disgusting. What, like, I'm willing to try it. It is, so 100%, the idea of lab-grown meat, kind of gross, right? But if someone had grown up with lab-grown meat, and the idea of, I don't know, it just gets like, they just do this thing in a lab and they grow a side of, like, they grow a muscle and then cut it up and it's meat, versus an animal has a life in the field and then you take it into an abattoir, and which of those is gross? Or more disgusting?
And with the energy in that room, you somehow shave 10 seconds off the length of the song.
Glad you're so keen to give Toge a shot. So, brief rundown. You race your opponent all the way down this mountain road. First to finish wins.
Here's a tune. I reckon it
Okay.
might help you get your best time.
Recommended, one of these three. Alright. I mean, yeah, I grew up in the country as well, so it's... This is more about perception and stuff, right? Like, it's... but going back to the thing we were talking about to begin with, which I've slightly forgotten, I think we will move away from... Okay, I can wind it all the way back. I think that humans as a society will just kind of move away from social media because we're kind of aware of what they're doing, which will then weaken the voice of the people who, like, that, you know, you buy up the TV stations and you buy up the newspapers and then you buy up the social media companies, or you create them. You buy up the movie studios so that you can keep being like, no, if we just tell them that billionaires are good and that immigrants are bad, if we just say it over and over again, they'll believe it, which is true. But the more that we're like, it's weird, the movies keep telling me that billionaires are good and that immigrants are bad, so I just like, that doesn't feel right, so I'll stop watching it. The more that you kind of wake up to these sorts of things, the more that you ignore them, and it's just like, no, I actually do get the impression these billionaires are just bad. Yeah, I don't particularly like eating asparagus either. I don't want to drift too much. Ooh, this is probably not the best car for this. But we'll work it out. I'm trying so many... losing ground because I'm not really racing well as much as just trying to cut in front of him or find a way to crash into him. Got him. Persistence is key. Yes. Caramel, what the fuck?
Iconic drive, iconic route, just generally iconic. The whole thing.
How do you know this? Why do you know this? Why do you... What the fuck? I guess the real question is, what kind of country do you live in, Caramel? But we know the answer to that one. It's my point was more over longer periods, over like decades and generations, society tends to the perspective on things shifts. If you think about like perspective on, there are plenty of examples. I may not give them. Well, there's plenty of examples. Is all I'll say. And like the point I was trying to make is like this situation where we're kind of told what to think, I think won't last too long because people will just kind of get sick of it. It's like, oh, I'm sick of the social media trying to tell me how I should think. Definitely disappointing the drift gods just driving up this. Oh look, to be honest, I think it makes everyone... It has the same effect on everyone, it's just you tend to develop better coping skills as you get older. That's right, it's giving me a clear highway. Yeah, what I find interesting about that whole social media, because like it's supposedly banned for under 16s in Australia, and yet 2/3 of people who are supposed to be banned for still have access to social media, so it hasn't really worked. The idea that, so you would ban it because it's harmful, so we acknowledge that it's harmful, and rather than create regulations around, because it's like the equivalent things like this is driving and alcohol, right? And with those regulations, you don't just say, hey, you have to be this old, you also create other guardrails. Hey, cars can only go this fast. Hey, alcohol can only be this strong. Hey, here's all, like, if you're going to produce, if you're a company that makes money off these things, you have responsibility to make sure that these things are safe. Why, if we're acknowledging that this thing is so harmful that we should stop kids from being able to access it, is it then a fucking free-for-all once you are able to access it? Particularly given that, like, it's... Every time there's a news story about, like, hey, these companies did bad, it's horrendous. Like, you Google this, there is, I think it was Facebook, was reaching out to advertisers. Facebook or Instagram, it's the same company, who cares? Reached out to advertisers and said, hey, do you sell beauty products? Because we can offer you the opportunity. We can tell when we can basically say what they offered is, we know when a young woman is feeling vulnerable because she'll take a selfie and then delete it. And at that point in time, they're vulnerable. So we'll offer you that if they open Facebook, your ad will come up in that scenario, because we know that you're more likely to sell your, like, hey, I feel bad about myself stuff. So if the companies are willing to do that kind of shit, and that like it's preying on young people's mental health in order to make money, why is there no appetite for regulation? Wait, I know the answer to this, but like there should be appetite for regulation. Yeah. And this is just, you know, like every time there's a, oh, hey, like, you know, they had all your personal data but said they weren't using it. Oh, hey, like, no, the phones aren't listening to you because that'd be ridiculous. Like, it'd use too much internet and it would just use too much bandwidth. They're definitely not listening to you. And then you can it's been proven so many fucking times they're listening to you. But, like, I think the whole listening to you thing, they've managed to tune it enough that people are like, oh, I don't really want it. It picked up on the keyword, now I get an ad for what I wanted. It's just... Yeah, I mean, what worries me with TikTok, because I post to TikTok, but I don't use it very much. What I get served is horrendous, like extreme right-wing stuff, and I'm just like, no, go. Like, I don't engage with it. But I'm like, if that's what a 38-year-old, probably presumably tick the mailbox on the account, is getting served up as the default content, it like that is. Center is here, right wing is here, left wing is here. Obviously, backwards for you, it's out here somewhere. Like, it's not like, hey, progressive economics is a good idea. It's close the borders, you know, kind of stuff, like real off the charts. Okay, let's do a drift. If I can figure out how to get to my car selection. All right, drift. My drift cars are mostly Nissans. Hang on. Yeah, this guy. Yeah, I mean, in terms of the, in terms of that whole social media thing, it is starting to happen in terms of more regulation and controls being put in place. Like, Australia did a ban. I think the EU, or specifically France, is looking at it. Am I going the right way? No.
If you want rock, you need
Nissan. It is in Australia. What do you want? Nissan. I don't know. We'd need any Japanese people in chat to comment.
New here in Excess, I have just been tipped off about these abandoned cars around Japan.
We should probably be warming up our drift skills.
These cars have no owner and often become something of a treasure hunt for collectors. Now, if you want a better chance of finding one, keep it tuned into Excess, as I'll be your personal abandoned car scout. Here's a track.
No. Not linking it together, I'm crashing too much. I'm going too fast, to be honest. Going uphill should be easier. Yeah. There's too much momentum, like I'm just spinning around too much. Fuck you. I was trying to turn around there and the car just wouldn't respond. Might want to switch it to like a drifty mod as well. We drive on the left. Dude, don't start crashing immediately, please. Fuck's sake, why is the outside wall of every corner a rock wall? Okay, this is not this car is not working at all. Yeah, drift zone failed, thank you. Maybe more with that approach anyway. We'll just control diff through corners, see what happens. That was getting up on the curb that kind of fucked me there.
Rising competitors are the most super serious of them all, like head down, race.
Come on.
Miles off it. Have you heard of Horizon Play? Well, this is where anyone at the festival gets to take part in fun events like Eliminator, Hide and Seek, and Spec Racing. take a car along and get involved. Let your hair down. Now.
This is not the car for this. I don't know if I'm going to be able to filter by anything that's like... Okay, you can. I feel like this would be terrible, but okay.
To this.
Yes, welcome back, Monster. Food was okay. It was reheated leftovers. That were not as good as they could have been when they were fresh, and also not as good as they could have been when they were reheated. Yeah, this car's just hard to drive. So basically drift cars are electric now, is that what we're saying? Yeah, oh, look, so the only pizza that tastes better when reheated, in Australia at least, is Domino's. Because, I mean, it's going to be pretty shit to start with if it's better reheated. Pasta can go either way. Not bacon, no. Curry. Curry is consistent. Anything with spices in it tends to be better on the reheat, because I've had time to develop. Oh, you son of a fucking cunt. What the hell? I suspect I'm at the hard end of the map, to be honest. Like, this, like, as far as this game goes, that's, like, way harder. Australia has... It's got a distorted graph. Like, we have... we do have really good pizza, but there's also really, really shit pizza. My experience in Europe is... There's just, you're not going to get pizza anywhere as bad. Like, the worst pizza in Europe is still a lot better than the worst pizza in Australia, but the best pizza in Europe is probably about the same as the best pizza. Like, the best pizza I had in Italy was about the same as the best pizza I've had in Australia.
You got to find the right order to get that magic sound. So here's a skill song to find your flow.
This thing has so much power. So much torque, I guess it would be. No. That was close. No. No, 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 no! That is the stupidest fucking thing! Yeah, pasta can. Leftover rice, yeah. I mean, to make fried rice, you have to use leftover rice, right? I was at the fucking top. It wants 340 as well. That's a big total. So I've seen, I think I've seen Chicago style pizza. I saw a guy on TikTok and he was like, look, this pizza from the US, it's so cheesy and greasy. Yeah, I mean, from what I've seen / heard / tasted of US style pizza, also not for me. When you say thicker than a nail, do you mean like in that? So a nail is typically about a centimeter thick. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, look, I need to get my head around what the various. I need to get my head around New York pizza.
Stop. That's it. Skill song over. It has to end at some point. We can't give you double skill chain bonus.
I will just leave this behind at some point. Like, I don't have to do absolutely everything in order.
Now,
and I'm getting annoyed.
Next skill song for that.
Plus, I'll probably unlock a better drift car. No, please no. I know I sped up too much, I'm sorry. No, don't fail it, don't fail it, don't fail it. Don't! That's it for now. I am not. I would like to enjoy this stream, and that challenge is entirely doable, and your game physics are making it shit. Let's go fast car. We will, not unlike our little Honda. Come on, go away. Not unlike that Honda that I turned into the ridiculous drift car. We will build... Sorry, not unlike the Honda I turned into a ridiculous drag car. When I hit my maybe next drift event, I will build a drift car. Oh, this will go real well. And, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't call that thin. I'd call that just pizza. Thin to me is like half of that. A few, like, you know, yeah, half. You like cauliflower pizza. Is that pizza with cauliflower on it, or somehow pizza made out of cauliflower? You don't call it thin crust. That's what you call pizza, and everything with a thick one just gets called. Yes. What I've had pizza in Germany, Netherlands, don't think France, definitely in Italy, and they're all of the same ilk and they're all very nice. They don't have the piled on ingredients that we tend to have in Australia. Well, Italians don't make thin crust, they just make pizza and it has kind of a thin crust. Caramel, have you tried pizza in any country other than the US? I feel like the VIP status has gone straight to your head. And I'm here for it. What speed do you want? 225. He's making it faster than I just did. Uh-oh. Someone cut down these trees! We're not gonna hit the level we need in their car. So we'll go back down to here. And we'll change the car. What do I want? Two way to change the car, really. So we'll go in here, we'll put in a filter that is off-road. I don't think that's quite what I wanted. Let's do it. I think it's going to do it. Try the baby car. What baby car?
Bring in the noise. Here on Horizon XS. Summer back in Ayrshire is quite different to summer at Horizon Japan. Sure, Horizon happens in Scotland, we all know that. But in my hometown, you see a lot less supercars, hot hatches, and touring car classics rushing to tickle.
Okay, what's that called? And we'll just look up the car required to do it. Nangan turn. That's not super helpful. You used a car that's not good for dirt. Button phones, speed traps. Yeah, I know the AMG one is a fast car. It doesn't go fast off-road. Seriously. How is this a list of all speed trap locations and then the one that I'm looking at isn't listed? That would be load more. Okay, well done. '29 Toyota Tacoma Pro Forza. Okay, I just need a tissue. You want the Beetle? Try a little Honda. Look, I'm happy to take suggestions when I'm not trying to do an off-road speed trap. We're gonna have to... That one? Holy mother of God.
The new seasonal playlist. Unless they just do that when I'm in tour.
A little close to it, but that's okay.
Check out this Rager.
Holy shit. We nearly did 225 on that one. This may not be a quote-unquote real truck, but it's faster. Still not it though. Yeah, I'm trying. 6 k's an hour more. Can the traffic please fucking go away? Come on. The problem with these fast cars, they're so hard to control. Go away! You weren't there 2 seconds ago! What do you mean? Why? Yeah, it's just the game generating traffic, and because I'm doing U-turns, it's like, oh shit, I had to get up in the car for you, and you weren't supposed to see it. This is not going to make a better run-up. It's trying to make the game seem interactive, right? But to do that, it just spawns cars just in front of you and just behind you. So if you keep doing turns on the spot, you end up getting swarmed by traffic, and then drive for miles and never see a car. It's just game mechanic. I've exposed the mechanics. Fuck off! You, go away! Piss off! Off the road! It's you been you over and over again. Oh, look, it's more noticeable when you're out in a spot like this, because I'm trying to... When you do something in an event, it will make the traffic invisible, so you go straight through them. Because I'm not in an event, I'm just driving around, the traffic is solid.
Tough opponent. No wonder they are a bit good, aren't they? I tell you what, I take your mind off it with a bit of cathartic rock music.
Every fucking time.
Great. Right, take care now, take care. Bless. He tried his best. Anyway, this should help you get over that defeat.
This is really fucking difficult. There is not enough straight fucking road. Does this car actually have off-road tires is what I want to know. For the love of fucking God. Yeah. That's why it's not working. Is I'm on slick tires on dirt. Getting cut. What do you want? What do you want from me? What is?
Welcome back, Hugh.
Yeah, upgrades and tuning. No, that wasn't. It's. Also, I don't know if I want to do upgrades to this car. It's not going to do anything. Let's do custom tuning. No, not custom, sorry. Find tuning. Really, the only thing I want to do to this car is go to here. Yeah, and just put on off-road tires. Okay. Okay, that's what it did. I think I only have one house currently, so it's kicking me a long way across the map when I do this kind of stuff. Alright, let's try it again. It wasn't very slick of me trying to use a car with slick tires on it, no. That's still a really difficult corner. What is with the traffic? What the hell? Got it. It's only noticeable. Well, it's not only noticeable in situations, but it becomes really noticeable, right? The good news is I now have my off-road PB speed car. Just the kick drum on this song sounds filthy. Yeah. Half of Japan is driving down this road currently. Shall we go find a new barn find? Okay. Gotta change the car so I can drive. There is don't generate. Yeah, I think I can turn off traffic, but it'll ruin the immersion. I can also turn on auto drive so I don't have to steer the car. So I feel like this game is including options that maybe aren't meant for me. Oh, that was pretty. Oop, let's not go over there though. Oh my god. You might have a point, yes. I'm not trying to park in your front yard, I'm sorry.
Turn around when it is safe to do so. You have arrived at your destination.
These little animations are quite good.
Something special one for you, right, Yuji? We should definitely capture it. Got your camera? Now this is a real special find. 71 Nissan Skyline GTR. Recognize it, UG?
I'd recognize this car from
Going back
a million
to
kilometers away.
the discussion about Kate and her career thing, if she does decide to change specializations, which is, it's a big call to kind of change what you want to do because you couldn't get onto the program that you wanted to. It's a sort of thing that'll hurt right up until you feel like you've equaled that achievement, I'd imagine. We were talking about probably doing like a 3-month backpacking trip through Southeast Asia next year.
His workbench is in the same place.
Let's finish what your mentor started, right, UG? Yeah. It'll be a full circle moment.
As much as turning the traffic off is certainly an option, I suspect in this... Ooh, nice.
Keeping it heavy.
No. So, I'm open to suggestions. It would be we'd probably have to do it as more of a low-cost thing, or look at whether we could potentially work whilst doing travel, which would be, like, I don't know if we'd be able to get work as engineers. Like, you'd think, I don't know. Like, it was just Kate suggested it as a, like, you know, I've been working for a lot of years, maybe it's time to take a decent break and... with that funded by... Oh no, 100% would be fun. It's not problematic for me, but it's like I finally found a job that I'm enjoying, so maybe like taking a 3-month holiday from it isn't necessary at this point, but I'd do it to support my partner anyway. Or isn't needed as opposed to necessary. There it is. And we're stuck on a tree. Ooh, is that expensive as shit? Not really. Yeah, there's a lot of details to work out, like everything from when to which countries. Kate was talking about probably next year locuming or RMOing, which locuming is extremely lucrative. Championship? Three events, alright. Time trial, or...? What do you mean? Why do I have to buy if I've got the cars? Hang on. We're going to do it for the right reason. Just do it because you want to experience the culture or see new things. And my experience, a break does not work if you return to doing the same. Similar. I don't know. Like the... it's... You might... I don't know if I follow what you mean, Maishtar. Like, ultimately, if you're taking a break from work, aren't you always going to come back to doing the same thing you did before the break? The point here is more to acknowledge that... not to acknowledge, but working as a doctor is very life-consuming. Like, it's not part of your life, it is your life. So... taking several months away from it and just traveling as a way to get back in touch with like, so when Kate and I travel, we do it, like, I like to think we do it pretty well. Like, we try and go out and experience things, culture and food and whatever else, and backpacking lets you do that at a... When I say backpacking, we'd still be probably paying for accommodation, just doing it a lot cheaper. The idea... probably the better way to describe it is like we regularly take usually 3-week holidays, like to Europe or Japan or whatever else, every year, and 3 weeks is like the absolute minimum to feel like you can actually forget about work. Like if you take a week's holiday, the work sits there at the back of your head. What 3 months does is that you hit that 3-week part and you just forget that work exists. And then after 3 months, you're like, it's almost impossible not to form new habits when you go back to work in that scenario. For me, like to my mind anyway. All right. Prelude, probably this. It is not the fastest, but it's the one I like the most. Oh, maybe we'll go the Integra. Yeah, I guess I mean, it depends what you're trying to get out of anything, I suppose. Let's go with white. Oh, it's when it came up as a like, hey, if this all doesn't work out, would you want to do this longer trip? It was like, yes, because I've wanted to do. The idea of taking several months off and just taking a break is definitely appealing. And to be honest, I would probably structure my year around the rest of... I structure the time between now and that around it, so I probably would be wanting a bit longer of a break by that point in time. Wow, I'm so glad that everyone is overtaking me. So I think that's on average, so in theory these races are about to get easier. I guess with you, when you say make sure you're doing it for the right reason, like if you're expecting a holiday to do anything other than be a holiday, like that's probably going to be unreasonable. It's like, oh, I've had such a hard time with work and I don't know what I want from the future. Going on a holiday will fix that. It's like, well, no, going on a holiday it means you're going on a holiday. Like, if you want to gain clarity on what you might want to do, you'll need to actually directly address that and not expect just taking time away from your job to just illuminate things. Oh, why did you drift left? Let me get in front and I'll spare some time for chat. Yeah, I guess that's kind of what I was getting at. I only read the first half of your comment, but like, I guess what was the issue your friend was trying to solve by taking his year off? I mean, I have seen it where people have like, you know, it's in Australia we have a thing called long service leave. So when you hit 7 years, you get 3 months off, and 10 years you get, I think it's 7 years you get 6 weeks off, and 10 years you get 3 months off, just as like bonus leave. And I've seen people take those and talk about how they had all this, like, oh, I'm gonna like do all this work to the house and I'm gonna do whatever else, and they've come back to work miserable. And it's like, oh, look, I just didn't really achieve what I wanted to do. Like, I got caught up with this and that and the other. It's like, well, yeah, because you've set yourself expectations and then haven't really put any effort into it. You kind of expected that when you took a step away from work that you would just suddenly have all the energy to do this stuff, and yet when you took time away from work, suddenly I just want to sit in the couch and do nothing. And it's like, well, yeah, it's I get what you're saying. I don't know, I think it's personality types to a degree. Because you hear it a bit with people retiring. It's like, oh, I don't want to retire because, like, I know I'll just sit on the couch and do nothing. It's like, I can't wait to retire. I'll do more. Like, because I work and there's an expectation that I'm going to be fine to be, like, I'm going to be okay to work between a certain period over certain days. I like, oh, you know, I can't stay up all night Saturday night because it'll kind of ruin me for Sunday. Where, like, if I'm having fun tonight, it'd be like, who cares? Just like keep playing all the way through the night. If you feel like shit tomorrow, who cares? Yeah, that's what, like, I think a doctor who has worked very hard, so like on average, it's probably like 12 to 18 hour days. I mean, they get 5 weeks holidays, but that's because they work public holidays. But they also work weekends. So it's probably something like you work 12 to 16 hours a day, 6 days a week. You get paid well enough for it, but you don't really get to take time off. So are these on a timer? Six days, 3 hours. Yeah, let's finish them. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, that sounds like someone who needed a therapist and took a year off instead. No offense to your friend. Separate conversation, but like Kate has seen a psychologist, but just because of how often she's at work, it's really difficult to get momentum going. So she's very much at the like, yeah, like I just talking about stuff and getting to know them and rah rah rah. And I'm like, yeah, okay, fair enough. So I do a lot of the, how does that make you feel? Does it not, if someone else was in your situation, how would you feel about them? That kind of stuff. Like, that's all a psychologist often does in a lot of scenarios, is just kind of say, okay, can I try that again, please? Restart the event. Yes, restart the event should be fine. Yeah. Or I mean, so to my side of your comment, my suggestion with therapy was that they could have helped you to understand that was what was required. It's like you might have a fulfillment satisfaction issue over a needing time off issue. I forgot what I was saying. Hang on, actually pay attention to the corners. Breaking too early. Oh, that's the same about Kate. Like, I try and just be the independent other side of the argument for her as much as I can, because it's ultimately just a lot of dealing with stuff rather than just suppressing it is understanding that it takes a change in perspective. Hey, do you want to stop ranting into me, please? Thank you. The other overarching, the other reason that doing a longer form tour through Southeast Asia as an Australian is Kate and I have talked, every time we come back from Europe, we agree on two things. One is that we would one day like to live in Europe, live and work, like we've talked about living there for about a decade. And then the other one is that traveling to Europe from Australia for a 3-week visit is kind of stupid. So what we've talked about is, like, while we're in Australia, why don't we spend 3 weeks or our holidays traveling through Southeast Asia or doing a little trip to Antarctica or whatever? Because doing the big time difference and traveling halfway across the world to visit Europe and then always feel like you're not seeing enough of it versus, hey, didn't you say, guys, you wanted to live in Europe later? Why don't you do your Europe traveling when you live in Europe, when it's a train trip away? And because at that point in time, suddenly all the Southeast Asian countries are other side of the world, and they're the ones that take the day and a half on a plane or day and a half of traveling kind of thing. So that's the other kind of reason for... That feeds into it as well. Ooh, big corner. Oh, look, so I've been to Vietnam, Bali, so Indonesia twice, but just to Bali, and Japan. So yeah, very different, but I've experienced enough to know what to expect. It's also like mini retirement, kind of, right? Like you don't have to work for an extended period of time, so it's like I get to choose what I do with my time. Oh, too much. That car is... That's how I found it, Your Officer, Your Honor. Your Officer. That is fine. Alright, fast travel to the last event. The car has healed. It's over here, isn't it? Oh, you can't fast travel to someone you have been. Ah, it's gonna be that. All right. Been around to take it.
Keeping it heavy.
I'm Abby. And I'm Atticus. And you're listening to
This has been a labor of love for me. The 2000 GTR is in your garage.
What's a 2000 GTR, man?
Turn sharp left. Turn sharp left.
A little, oh, I forgot what they're called. Onigiri. But every now and again, they put these on a roof. There it is. Sorry. Ooh, that's actually a nice car to win. I meant to put the difficulty up. These drivers are a little bit slow. Yeah, probably need to up the difficulty a little bit. I'm starting to absolutely cream them. Also, that sounded nice. No, Fuji in the background there. Miles behind. Alright, we gotta. So, the car that I win for this is the car that Dom drives at the start of the original Fast and the Furious movie. Let's see it. Where's my car? Was it in here somewhere? Wheel spin. Okay, that's kind of a... Okay, I'm going to leave it on this as a reminder. Family means Ohana? What? Ads are starting soon. I'm going to take the opportunity to have a short break myself. We're going to redeem all our little rewards after that and continue with the clearing of the map. See you soon. For every politician in our federal parliament, we have 60 lobbyists who have free access, full and free access. Like you pay a fee and then you just get free. Like, and it's not quite money in brown paper bags, but it's basically money in brown paper bags. Like we have rampant corporate corruption in Australia. So like something like 80% of the population just wants a full ban on all gambling advertising. And that was a promise for the last election. And they're about to do it. And they're just kind of like, oh, actually, you know what? Oh, we were going to do some like maybe just ban it between certain times, but actually just look at bailouts when they're just like, oh no, this bank has accident, you know, they invested hundreds of millions or even hundreds of billions of dollars and they lost it, and we just can't have people losing that account of money because it's mums and dads. So then taxpayers, i.e. the mums and dads, give the big chunk of money to the bank so they could bail out their investors. Turns out not mums and dads, billionaires who are just like, hey, I invested $200 billion. I invested a stupid amount of money in a really stupid investment knowingly, and then it all went wrong. And instead of me going, well, that was dumb to me, I guess I'll have to just live off the rest of my fortune. That it's unacceptable. People with lots of money cannot lose money. That can't happen. They run the economy. They keep things moving. So they just like take money out of taxpayers from public funds and then give it to the rich people. And then what you get from that is austerity. It's like it cuts in public services and cuts in mostly social services and public education and hospitals and things like that, because you have to, because suddenly there's no money for tax. I don't know why I didn't try and block there. What, did that guy just barf everywhere? So, right, so we say if you cause it, you don't get help. If you didn't cause it, you do. So people choose to smoke. Therefore, if they get lung cancer and they smoke, no help. But if you get lung cancer and you don't smoke, you get help, right? But what happens if you get lung cancer and you live with someone that smoked? Like, I know you didn't choose it, but why didn't you stop them smoking? Like, couldn't you choose to go outside? So we're getting a little bit complicated. Alcohol's another one. So if you drink a lot, that can make you quite unwell. So if you drink, that means if you drink and get liver cancer or any of the myriad, so like alcohol's a class 1 carcinogen as well. So if you get cancer, sorry, no good. So we're already starting to get into murky grey territory. You can extend it further. What happens if you're someone who engages in a lot of sport? Like I play hockey. So field hockey is running around hitting a ball on a stick. What happens if through playing hockey, I cop quite a serious injury? I chose to do that. Do I get covered? Like, is that... The issue I have with this kind of thinking, right, that we go, aha, we're going to draw a box around the good people in society, because it's also just an aside, often whenever someone does that, they just draw a box around the people all of one color. But anyway, let's get away from that argument. So you draw a box here, all the people that have full-time jobs and pay good tax and don't have criminal records and don't do drugs, cool. Here are all the good people. You get help, everyone else, go fuck yourself. People don't just exist in that box. People start their life outside the box and then move into it and then move back out of it and then move back into it. If we're calling the box as someone as being like just a productive member of society, like they are net output as opposed. It's the FIA, I suspect, is less of the problem, and more of the problem is the fact that they're what's the word for it? Marshals are volunteers. It's the same problem that the AFL has partially addressed, which will make no sense to you, Masha, presumably. But so I'll start with the Australian Football League. Never used to pay their umpires. So you've just got volunteers who work, they're lawyers and they're doctors and they're whatever else. So you get this inconsistency in terms of fitness, their ability to follow the game and how they apply the rules and everything. The AFL has made most of the umpire. I think for the men's game, they're now professionals, and the women's, they're still volunteers. But anyway, by doing that, you then have people who are like professionally these things, and you can standardize the whole thing. You can kind of control and make sure they're all on the same page. The marshals should be part of the tour and travel around.
Hey, fella.
You broke this poor fool's leg, mister.
This maniac tried to eat me. We've got cannibals in these here hills. Please help me.
Peter, what now?
Please.
Fella's gotta eat now.
Oh.
Fella's got to eat.
Save me from this
What's
freak,
up with your
please.
tongue? No, dude, you can't. No. Absolutely not. Did you know we are the home of the pharmaceutical giant Umbrella Corporation? Raccoon City is a vibrant, dynamic city with a long, rich history of its own. In this guide, we'll introduce you just a few of the more unusual points in the city. Damn it, I was doing well. Just a few of the more unusual points that interest our city has to offer. Orphanage? Who puts an orphanage in there? This city's attractions include an orphanage. Would you like a child? AO doesn't know what is true or false. It only knows what was said more often. It's the bell curve. Like, it can give you the this was said more often than this. In Australia, the minimum donation amount in order for it to count as a donation, not for it to count, the minimum donation amount for it to be tax deductible is $2. So if you donated $2 at the checkout, they would have to give you a little donation receipt, which then you can use on your tax return to say, hey, I donated money, it's tax deductible. If it's less than $2, then you don't get that, it doesn't qualify. However, if you're a big supermarket collecting 40 cents from everybody, and that's like 10 grand or 100 grand or $1 million at the end of the year, that's tax deductible for you. So that whole like, hey, you should help this charity is actually Coles and is actually the big supermarkets. He fucking calls them all, you name them. You're doing days of extra work, and particularly when that work is invoiceable, when you're in an industry where they sell someone's hours, it's pure profit. Like, they're not having to pay you hourly, so your insurances and work covers and all this kind of stuff is factored into your first 40. So if you work beyond 40 and they can invoice it for it, it's pure profit, baby. They love that shit. Do I get anything? A cutscene. Okay, fair enough. The fact that there have been people with lots of money sitting in the background is not new. Not at all. And you are right about the fact that it seems like in the past people recognize that if you're going to be kind of nefarious and sit in the background and pull a lot of strings with your money, you might not want to have your face and your name everywhere. In fact, like some people like Rothschilds, and sorry, you had the other one, Rockefellers kind of worked pretty hard to either not have their name out there or to sanitize it. Whereas now it's like you've got billionaires who happily go on, like they will talk to, television isn't really the point anymore. They'll go on camera and talk about like, oh, like billions of people need to die so that we can build AI data centers, but that's okay. Like, it's the cost of doing business. And it's like that dude just advocated for killing billions of people or letting them die. And the reporter's just like, good point. Very old cars now, like cars from the 80s and maybe late 70s, that they were known for having very poor locks, like door locks and ignition locks. So you could pretty much open them with anything, like nail file, screwdriver, paddle pop stick. Like as long as it had like you could stick it in and use it to turn, anything would open the lock. So cars like that, they're basically just a free for all. So you'd go in and you'd turn them around, or you'd switch them. You'd go find two of the same make and color of these things, and then swap them. Like hopefully, like from other ends of a car park, so people are like, "What the fuck's?" That's how. So front loading, I think is what that's called, is how I approach uni. So most people at uni, I found, they'd get given an assignment, would like, okay, cool, that's due in 2 weeks, I'll do it in 2 weeks. Whereas I'm like, no, I'm going to go home and like make a start on it. And often you'd get like 80% of it done and go, okay, cool, like I don't need to do any of this. Like I feel like I've got this. You hit a point where you feel like you're on top of it. I'll just put this down for now and have another look at it in 2 weeks and hand it up. And that as a system was really good. Because best case scenario, you'd look at it and go, this is fine, submit. Worst case scenario, you'd look at it and go, shit, this is a mistake. There's heaps of errors in this, or I've learned something in the meantime, or whatever, it needs redoing. And the fact that you'd already done it all means at least the skeleton is there, or you've thought. The hacking is good. The shooting is good.
Charge that before firing for best results.
The dialogue is good. Like it doesn't. She's very much there to give me helpful hints, but is not being too obtuse with it all, which is a fault of some other 10 out of 10 games. It is probably a bit too linear. Okay, what is next on this map clearing endeavor? Also, just so you guys know, if you were around last weekend, you'll know my ceiling collapsed in my house because some water came in. So insurance company has some fans set up to try and dry out the house because they did moisture testing and there's still a lot of moisture in the walls and the roof and everything, which is bad. It'll generate mold and that kind of stuff. So there's fans running using a shitload of power. That's neither here nor there. But the noise, so there is noise removal going on currently. This is the noise that you through the fucking microphone if I turn off noise removal. Yep. Yeah, the game's not making sound, so like it's just constant. Like the headphones kind of help. The game helps. Let's tell them. You guys should have to hear it. It's good. It's helping. Nice. Right, and then from there we can go to nice. This one, and we'll do some wheel spins. Little money. Oh, I wanted the car. Car. Oh, what is that? It looks like a DeLorean. Not many days though, right, Master? Found. Okay. Wait, what? Coastlines. So there's another one? Is that what we're... Yeah, pretty much. Why is it ticked? I don't understand. Like, did I use the wrong car? Is that the go? The event's gone. Wait, who doesn't want to do it again? It recommended me the car. I am so confused. Hi, Corbs, are you? Maybe I haven't been up here, because I don't remember this. Right. Normal event, seasonal event. Super saloons. Okay. Alphas. Alphas are fun. Yeah, done. Yeah. Thank you. I forgot about that. Up the difficulty. We're winning too easily. How dare he? that's right. They give you points for contact in this game. Crashing is good. Property damage even better. Why? I need to do at least a couple of corners better, and I could not see that because of the sun. Whoa. I think I got rammed from behind? Some people call that a good time. I'm coming for you. Nice. Is this going to be one of those races where they just dump you at the end of the race? Or are you going to return me to the start? I think it dumped me. Yep. Oh look, let's make our way back the old-fashioned way.
You have arrived at your destination.
Probably this way next. Potato aim. This car's slow compared to the hypercars, but it's also in like the really fun to drive class of car. It sounds nice, feels nice. Like, and it definitely feels like you're going quick. The hypercars don't really feel so much like you're going quick as much as you're going to die. Which in and of itself is fun. I think I just jumped onto a different road.
Sub Pop Records Radio.
Turn around when it is safe to do so.
Whoops. Okay, fine, we'll do it this way. Okay, we should better just go back this way. Yeah, look, so I do, but on a racetrack. Where, like, a big crash at 200 k's an hour you'll feel it. If it goes, there's a reduced percentage, like, there's a chance that it will be life-changing, but compared to a 200-kilometer accident on a road.
400 meters, turn sharp right. Turn sharp right.
I wanted to change the radio station, then realized I needed that thumb for steering.
Hey everybody! This is cool. I got a message from Jordy Chambers to say his friend heard my announcement about drag meets.
You've arrived at your destination.
Down sometimes. Also, Jordy says he totally remembers that drag racing arcade cabinet I talked about. With the lights, right? And it had the gear stick and everything. So cool. Not as...
Discover epic cinematic sounds. Horizon Opus for the journey.
Cinematic, alright. Probably just, okay. For that, we're going to want to change to our off-road car. Element of EQRST. That guy.
Arrived at your destination.
Keeping the Horizon Festival buzzing. Horizon Pulse. When true legends of racing want to settle their differences here in Japan, they do it on the Toge. So Scott Tyler has put out the call and Amy Simpson will answer. Base Arena versus Pulse. Who will
Faster!
try
Faster!
I don't have a car. I'm nominating
Got it.
one of you to go and
can we stop
race
now?
in my place.
How about now?
Really proud, will you? I'll play some music.
What's happening? What? What's with the sound effects? Alright, we'll stay with this guy because it looks like the next few of these off-road as well. The tiniest touch of the accelerator did that. It's just... I'm with you. Like, I like my... I have a Toyota Camry, which is... It's very similar to most of the taxis over here. The Ubers. So, I mean, it's an Uber and a taxi because it is easy to drive. It is very, very fuel economical, especially the hybrid, which I have. And it has a lot of room in the back. So, yeah, makes sense. Like a lot of room in the back seat is what I mean. So you get, like, sitting in the back seat, you've got a huge amount of legroom. But I like it because it feels like you have an enormous amount of control. Like, the car is ridiculously responsive because of the battery motor. Like, if I, at any speed, at any gear, if I put my foot down, the car just goes because the electric motor will just take over, which I quite like. I have driven cars that, like, if you... Like, if I put my foot down, the car, like, really hits you in the back, but it's very controllable. Because the traction control will basically reduce your accelerator input if it detects that you're losing grip, which is what traction control is supposed to do. Yeah, okay, let's follow it through and get that guy, and then we'll loop back. When you get in cars that are just where there is more power than the car can handle, that's where it's like you have moments of like, oh, fuck, and it gets a bit scary. And it's where you need the pretty good driving skills to be able to deal with it. Alright, let's try that one. We can keep going north for a bit.
It is safe to do so.
The moment when you push your car in the German... Yeah, so I was in a Mercedes A45 doing, I think I hit 194, and the car is being pushed down very hard, and it feels like it's hard to turn the steering wheel, but it's not even... Like, the whole car is just shuddering. Yes. When I was in a Ferrari in Italy doing... Actually, no, I'm going to say 194 again, so one of those would be wrong. Both about the same speed. The same sort of thing, like the car is, you know, you're glued to the steering wheel as it's accelerating up, but just as as it's almost as you're getting through the same rev range, the car just starts vibrating and then changes gear, and then it starts vibrating and changes gear. You're like, great. When it starts to max out the final gear at 7th, it will just start vibrating, continue vibrating. So, yeah. I mean, that's the problem with the Aston Martin F1 car, right? They've got a vibration issue. It's real hard to deal with vibration because of harmonic frequencies.
Arrived at your destination.
2 stars. Come on, it must have been close. Yeah, to be honest, like that Ferrari thing. So I wanted to drive a Ferrari 354 348 Speciale, which has a top speed of 320 kilometers an hour. The car I did drive was something different. As I said, a code for a name was a rear-engined, a front-engined 4-seater. That thing was getting a bit sketchy at approaching 200 k's an hour. The Speciale would feel sketchy at less than 100 k's an hour because it relies on its downforce, and then would start feeling sketchy again up around pushing towards 300. Which, to be honest, the problem is once you're over 200 k's an hour is just how quickly things come at you on a road, whereas on a road track, because on a racetrack where it's so large and spread out, it feels slower. Yeah. Other way, I think. I will consider turning traffic off. We're doing it. Where's settings? What? At these fucking tab menus. Alright, display designs. I don't think you can. Yeah, nah. Traffic, we're stuck with the traffic.
Series update. No DNFs or mechanical trouble like you usually get with endurance racing, but we can see pretty clearly already which drivers have the staying power. Anyone who can keep their focus in the face of long distances.
No braking required, which is what makes this car ridiculous, I think. Alright, I can be really bedanking. I can go up and get that one as well. And I think, for the moment, we'll loot to that one. Can I be really...
When it is safe to do so.
No.
Place on Legend Island. Hope to see you there.
Okay, enough of that, please. Can we stop managing to find the only solid things in the entire game?
Recalculating route. In 100 meters, turn right.
This is how you use a highway. Oh no, yes. No, we went too far. Imagine that. Just driving along a highway.
You've arrived at your destination.
You can hear the tyre squeal because I'm trying to do ridiculous speeds on dirt tyres. So many Subarus. I'm not complaining. Alright, these are fun.
Hey, hey, day trippers and thrill seekers. Welcome to my day trip. Today we're blessed with a special guest. Please welcome Tamaguchi Keiko-san, whom you may know as one of the faces of Yuji's Auto channel.
Who now?
Thank you, May. Really looking forward to this one. By the way, everyone, spoiler, we are going on the Nanadaru Kokakyo. Prepare to be thrilled.
Okay. Consider me prepared.
Okay, this is a group excursion. Stay together.
Oh, we're drifting.
Hey, why not roleplay as a slower driver? Have your cameras at the ready. Lots of memories to capture.
I don't have to pretend.
I like to think this convoy is loud, rowdy, yet practical.
We're doing the loop-de-loop.
Enter a unique section of
What
road.
the?
The award-winning Nanadaru Kokakyo. It's the Loop Bridge. This is a double spiral road that circles up, up, and up.
I was gonna say, this is to gain elevation.
Right across to Mount Fuji. Opened for public use in 1981, this unique design won the Tanaka Award for the Japan Society of Civil Engineers in the very same year.
I wonder why. The engineer in me is fascinated by this.
About to hit a very sharp right turn. Be ready for it.
I like how... Okay guys, you stay there. I wonder what's gonna happen.
This next section of road has a series of hairpin
Mate, you're
turns.
stuck back behind that van.
Toge racers
Oh, you
will
got
want
free.
to maximize grip to keep the speed up. Stay competitive. Drifters like to induce oversteer and send it all the way around. I'll admit to trying the odd Scandinavian flick around here. A Scandinavian what, you say? Ask Rob Glenn or Jordan Chambers.
Just letting you guys catch up, that's all.
So I was taking that E30 M3 back to the garage one night. I get to a set of lights and hear a revving. Loud, powerful. I look over and there's a Sierra Cosworth begging for a drag race. Well, of course I accepted. And team, let me tell you, I absolutely smoked them. Tight corner ahead. Watch your braking. As we turn in up ahead, we can see right across the Tokyo City docks as we drive along.
Guys, what the fuck?
Taking the view out to the Pacific Ocean. Alright, day trippers, we're approaching the end of our timeout today. It has been a pleasure to show you the sights of Japan's beautiful coastline.
Crash into the bus stop. That's how we end our drive today.
I'm
Whoa.
thinking we should race, shouldn't we?
Oh, you read my mind. I saw you trying to cut through the day trip pack, so yeah, let's race.
Game on then. I've set a marker along this road. It's a fast run.
No, don't stress.
Anyone holding back? Day-trip's
How is work
over.
going?
Agreed, Keiko. See you at the finish.
I have a growing concern with work that I think I'll need to have a chat to them about over the next few weeks. Which should happen anyway, because I'm coming up on... I've got a week left of my 6-month probation, so there should be sort of a check-in, and this would be a good question to raise at that point.
Eh? No, not my car, mate. That sand on this bodywork? I'll go for a buggy. Or...
Potentially change the difficulty to advance.
You'll do no such thing. Those micro scratches would keep me up at night.
That's good. I'm glad. But and yeah, you're coming. I mean, my weekend technically started hours ago.
Get ready to blast those engines. Tunnel coming up.
Music to my ears.
Yeah, so I had an email from the director of my, not just my division, but like the infrastructure division, basically saying, hey, you know, can you please confirm the date that you graduated from university, any gaps, and what you were doing, like PhD, stuff like that. And based on that email, it's like, you know, like, hey, I did this, did a PhD, or I'm sitting at about 8 years professional experience, and obviously increasing. So that is approaching... Are you fucking kidding me? I'm going to finish my story first then. That is approaching senior engineer territory. So usually with a senior engineer, you'll be expected to be pretty knowledgeable. Like I'm getting to it in some areas. You also need to be chartered, so I have to work on chartered. But the other issue is I've changed roles to be a structural engineer, and I have huge knowledge gaps in terms of design because there's stuff I've taught at uni, but I haven't done it in practice a whole lot. So the best thing I could be doing is design, but they hired me for the site role because I do have experience there. That site role is starting to wind down, so I put my hand up and said, hey, I can help out with these other projects. And look, it makes sense that this is where... It makes sense at the time that this is what I've been given, but the work I've been given isn't design, it's like a feasibility study, which I'm like... I just want to raise and say, look, I'm just wary that at a certain point, if I come to you guys and say, look, I reckon I am due a promotion to senior engineer, your feedback could quite rightly be, look, we have concerns that if we promote you to senior engineer, that you don't have all of the knowledge that would be expected, and that could make us look bad. Like, that's the only reason not to really promote someone that should be promoted, is that they don't have the level of experience that would be expected of that job, so they can make your company look bad, which I would agree with, but it's like, but then I haven't really been provided with ample opportunities to fill those knowledge gaps, because you keep putting me in roles where I'm using the experience that I'm already good at, which, yep, that makes sense, like do the things you're good at, but I'm not filling those knowledge gaps. So theoretically, it's like you're getting senior engineering work out of a lower wage because you're keeping me in the work where I cannot progress to senior engineer. Yeah, and I'm just very aware that this is a thing. It is based on a number of assumptions, the primary one being that they wouldn't promote me to engineer based on the knowledge gaps. Because the other thing about being in that level of engineer is that you don't guess or lie. You go, I don't know enough about this, I'll need to refer to the team, and that's okay to do. So, yeah. That is what is worrying me about work.
Game on then. I've set a marker along this road. It's a fast run. I don't want to see anyone holding back. D-trip's over.
Green, Keiko. See you at the finish.
Oh, come on. I don't remember how well I... Fuck, drove in the last one. Better than this, I think.
Game on then. I've set a marker along this road. It's a fast run. I don't want to see anyone holding back. D-trip's over.
Green, Keiko. See you at the finish.
Fuck. Oh, Jesus, can we not slide through the corners, please?
Oh, Jogagahama Beach. I need to fit this into a day trip. Maybe we can
You
take
didn't tell me that
prizes.
the 3-star time is up there.
No, not my car, May. That sand on this bodywork? I'll go for a buggy. Or Jordy's car?
No, you'll do no such thing. Those micro scratches would keep me up at night.
Oh, this might have to be a rewind race where I have to, like, every time I encounter a car, rewind so I can avoid it before I see it.
Get ready to blast those engines. Tunnel coming up.
Yeeja. Music to my ears.
Come on, it's the exit.
Finish coming
Oh
up,
my god.
right at the end of the tunnel. Push it.
Worse. Shit.
I'll remember this day for a long time. Thank you. I can't believe this is my actual job.
Yeah, like that's also the company I work for. At least this was in the onboarding stuff. You can put your hand up for a promotion or for a stretch role, and it will be granted based on like higher scrutiny, if that makes sense. There's like, if you're wanting to say, hey, I want to try and do this thing, they're like, sure, we'll give you a chance. Here's the criteria to do it. You know, if you want to kind of push and stretch, which I guess I'm cool on. All right, so this has to be like no mistakes.
Game on then. I've set a marker along this road. It's a fast run. I don't want to see anyone holding back. D-trip's over.
Agreed, Keiko. See you at the finish.
Oh, Joldonohama Beach. I need to fit this into a day trip. Maybe we can take the cars on the sand. Eh? No, not my car, May. That sand on this bodywork? I'll go for a buggy. Or Jory's car?
No, you'll do no such thing. Those micro scratches would keep me up at night.
Too much braking. Ah.
Get ready to blast those engines. Tunnel coming up.
Ooh.
Music to my ears.
Well, it'd have to be a lot faster, so... No, we can do better.
Finish coming up. Right at the end of the tunnel. Push it.
Should be good enough.
I'll remember this day for a long time.
Yeah, so like, I guess to read your comment again, Maisha, I think you are correct. I think my concern is warranted, but the fact that I'm basing it under a number of assumptions about how the company would make decisions and things like that, it is very much worth raising it in a talk with my manager and just say, look, I'm concerned about this. As a result, I'm a little bit worried that I keep being asked to do not design work. But look, if you guys say don't worry about it, then I will trust that it's like, okay, cool. I like, because there's experience to be gained everywhere. Like even doing a feasibility report, I'm still going to gain like 10% design experience because there'll still be 10% design included. Even in my site role, I'm still gaining like 20% design experience because I have to still do design. It's just that, you know, if I was working on just design, I'd be doing pretty much 100% design. So the odds of filling a knowledge gap through the roof.
Amazing.
And also the idea that knowledge gaps could only be filled through design is silly as well. So, look, I get a couple of these things.
Well, you showed us all how it's done. That's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, to my mind, presenting that as a question or a concern, as long as you're not like, I'm really panicky about this, I need action to be taken now, as much as just like, hey, this has been nagging at me, I thought I would raise it with you because it is based on a number of assumptions, which could very easily be incorrect, so, you know, can we discuss kind of thing? I think a number of managers would kind of take that as I'm glad you are thinking about your role and the future and what you need to do to be a good employee. Like that's hopefully, like to my mind, that's where that sort of thinking fits. As a manager, I would find it somewhat frustrating when you have those like career development conversations and someone's like, oh, I don't really know what I want. Like, I don't really care. It's all just, you know, like, quote unquote, oh, I'm really just here for the money, which, let's face it, we're all just here for the money, but I don't know why I need to do that voice, but it felt right. What? I get lower, I guess?
Turn around when it is safe to do so.
Yeah, yeah.
You've arrived at your destination.
I was more concerned about it. So for some reason I thought my 6-month probation was up last month because I didn't do maths particularly well. It's actually up in about a week. And like part of my mind is like, oh, you know, they might not be happy. Like, you know, I got angry in a meeting this afternoon with the client and was slightly yelling because they basically made it clear that the thing I'd been spending my entire day doing was pointless, and they had known that since at least yesterday, I suspect a lot longer, and just hadn't bothered to say anything about it. So I'm like, is there any reason you didn't like tell us to, like, you didn't withdraw those the drawings? Hey Ghost, yeah, we've got new sub badges. With updates through to like 6 years. Mostly because I had a lot of symbols. What was I saying? Kind of been important. I'm not too bad. This whole week's been a bit rough and shit and whatnot, between ceilings falling in and bad career newses and things like that. But we're doing our best. I've been working on. I'm gonna go back to the map for a second. I've been working on clearing the map. We've mostly wiped out. I didn't like that one. We're not going to talk about it. We're just, there'll be nothing left. The map shall be no more. Decimating Japan. How are you? Also, won't you be playing tennis? Is the 100% easy? No, it is not. You have to clear the entire map. And like, some of the stuff is actually quite difficult. Oh, baby. Oh, well done. Good job winning tennis. How did the score get as high as 8? I thought tennis went to 6?
You've arrived at your destination.
This music channel is terrible. If we could get him our way, that'd be great. I'm so glad I bought a rally car. Yeah, leapfrog. Ultimate pass, yeah. So I find driving in first person is a lot easier. So driving in this view is easy when you start because you can see what's going on around you. But it makes it a lot harder to properly slow down and steer the car through the corner accurately. So you lose what you gain. Driving in third-person view is great for games like Grand Theft Auto, where being able to see what's going on around you is a lot better. I switch to third-person when I'm trying to like find collectibles on the map because you just can't see them in first-person very easily. But for driving, you're sacrificing seconds of laps by driving in third-person. Yeah, I will give you the kind of race matters. Do you want to give examples, Marja? I'm thinking, like, for me, anything where it's flat out speed, so sprints, races, but as soon as the race goes off-road, and particularly heavy terrain, third person can be better because you just can't see. Like, I've got the camera slammed on the camera's on the front bumper here. Which makes it great for being accurate in where I'm putting the front wheels. And getting the cornering right and things like that. But it makes it a lot harder to avoid obstacles that would be a bit more obvious. Like even if I go to, you know, this view, this steals... This one you can make as fast as where I, what I started with. You can see a lot more. But I don't love the... Because it doesn't look like this when you're in a car either. This one, okay, this doesn't look like a car. This one I can deal with. It's just in some cars, the view you get is stupid. Mostly in those hypercars. So this view is arguably better. Because it feels so much like what driving a car actually is. This way it feels like you're up, like, and the suspension is working beneath you. Whereas this one's also not bad, except if you crash, the bonnet deforms and makes it hard to see. So I end up on this one. Best for my... also, this is very subjective. You will tend to see most people, like, most of your sim races will be either in the car or in front of the car, but it's a preference thing. Yeah, spatial awareness, definitely, the third person is easier. Agree with you there. My sister gets shot, so I might just... Hang on. So in... Oh yeah, I read your first person thing and then... Okay, so in tennis at A grade, you play first to 8 instead of 2 sets. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. I mean, it's the... I guess you would get quite knackered playing to 8 sets. I mean, I guess a game can go to 8 sets if you keep, you know, not getting your 2 points ahead. So it'd be tiring, but yeah, save a lot of time compared to playing 2 sets. Meister, I'm curious, do you have... Can't even see the sub badge.
The best summer music.
Oh, well. Wait. Yeah, that was 3. I was going to say, oh dear. I swear I bought my car.
Right here on Horizon Pulse.
In 200 meters, turn left.
Earned, yeah. Which car? The Subaru? Why are you offering to... If I buy it again, will you go away? Look, if you think you'd enjoy it, then yeah. Alright, we'll go to cars, we'll go to drift cars, we've still got 1. I have heard, well yes. I mean, the reason that it ended is not really because it was unpopular or lacking ratings or not making money. It was ended for political reasons. But we don't need to get into that if that's not what you wanted to talk about. Son of a... You think, so, justify saying it's personal reasons. It's when your show is axed by your corporate overlords at the behest of the head of the government. I'm not sure personal comes into it. Or am I getting confused with a different talk show host? Something tells me this isn't like this a street T-drift thing. I was holding that so well. And then I wasn't. What is... It's definitely got the drift flags, but it never set off I drift...
You've arrived at your destination.
Alright, let's enter the end of the thing first then. Oh. Hang on. The two... So when you say the two, who's the other one? The two have headed each other way before this happened. You mean Colbert obviously makes jokes in politics, but wouldn't banning it if it's against your party be in the footsteps of North Korea? Oh, Ghost. So, it's widely accepted, to my knowledge, that NBC or Paramount cancelled the show at the behest of the president. So that is, and also Trump took responsibility for it. So if you think that, so it's not so much banning, right? The government didn't ban the show; they used political pressure to have the show axed. Is there a difference? You can choose. But if that is concerning, it's concerning, right? This is what gets me, is that people are like, oh my god, North Korea does this stuff. It's like, we do that stuff. So yeah, like if I agree with the concept that as a president, trying to influence whether or not someone should be allowed to report on the news is problematic. Perfect example of where third-person view would be really helpful here. Also, Ghost, that feels a little... Hang on. Did the Colbert show only just end? Oh god, as soon as you hit water, it gets so slippery. Okay. Yeah. Also, always, if you're ever sort of going, oh, these two people were feuding and this person did this person did that, always be wary of power imbalances. Right? Like, so... Oh god. It's pretty normal for talk shows to talk about the president, to make comments about politics, that kind of thing. There's a huge power imbalance between a talk show host and the president, so using your power to have someone else removed as an opponent, always a bit concerning. I mean, also, oh god. I mean, Stephen Colbert still exists. He still has a voice. I mean, yes, contracts exist, but I suspect you'll see him pop up somewhere else. Okay, this sucks. Every checkpoint is over really bumpy ground, so it's really hard to take a good line through it. Ghost, what that? Hang on. No, I don't, and that feels like a slightly odd thing to say. What do we mean by that? God, I hate these types of events. Like, we're just gonna draw a racetrack on some fields, have fun. Have fun with traction, have fun with braking, have fun with being able to control the car, because it's, like... Yeah, this conversation as a whole might not have been super appropriate for the stream. Yeah. If you'd like to continue the discussion, maybe just post something on Discord and we can sort that on there. I like the... You're doing a little dance, guys. Oh, sorry, I wanted to repeat that. Damn it. No, I mean, so politics I only put up if I'm streaming politics. I've had a politics tag once, about a year ago. So, no, I guess. Yeah, it's a drift zone. Why didn't it work as a drift zone? Also, yeah, we want to try that again. I'm gonna have to just drop the difficulty on that. I mean, that is an open-ended question, Ghost. Hard to expand. It depends on the context, depends what's being said, depends on the faith in which is being said, depends how I'm feeling, depends how the vibe on chat's going. As a general, I mean, hang on, I've got an about section. I don't know if I can access it easily from where I am. I'm pretty sure what I've got is don't be a dick. And that would extend to... I mean, don't be a dick actually summarizes it pretty well. Which would include, I guess, trolling. And one form of trolling is knowing that when you're streaming on Twitch, it's not just the people watching that might be turned off if you start talking about controversial topics. It's also that you can be shadow banned live on stream for talking about controversial topics. It's happened on my stream before where I've been talking about something pretty heavy early on and my views have just gone burp and stayed there for the rest of the stream. And like, that's okay, it's a lesson. But what I would say is if someone is coming into chat and deliberately asking a lot of questions that are trying to steer the conversation towards controversial topics, that would count as trolling. Now, to address your most recent question, if we read that out loud, Ghost, does that fit into what I just talked about? Again, to echo Maisha's comment, I'm not sure you're doing it deliberately, but the series of questions you've asked could potentially fall under the category of someone who's trying to get me to say something that would... Yeah. To take your topic and run it a different direction, have you seen the Michael Jackson movie? Is that something you're interested in? Are you a fan of Michael Jackson? Good lord, you can't stop because you're just bouncing. This is not a race, oh my god. These things piss me off so much. Why are they in the game? This is not racing. This is some dickheads with cars driving through a field. Yeah, and then this view makes it worse. Yeah, I mean, it's to... Oh god. Also, have a look how far back you need to be braking for this. Like, it wants braking back here. Which I guess makes sense, but, like... I cannot emphasize enough how much I do not enjoy these "we've drawn a line on a fucking paddock" thing. So if you ever... one thing that's quite fun to do is take a car like this, get out of the way! And just do doughies in a paddock on mud, because it is just fun to have a car slipping inside around in an environment where you can't hit anything. Turn it into a race! Sorry, I'll stop whinging in a sec. Hopefully once I've won this race. It's not that to add... To define the other side of what Maestro is saying, well, not the other side, I'll just say the thing and we can work it out. Obviously, obviously it, wait, obviously, hang on. Let me finish the race. The difference between average difficulty and above average difficulty in this game is ridiculous. I mean, yes, I probably worked out this car a little bit, but still. Yes. So, hang on. You're watching the Michael Jackson movie tomorrow with your cousins. It looks good. You haven't seen them for ages. That'd be good. I hope you enjoy it. The other side of what my show was kind of hinting at is obviously if it's like, oh, well, you can't talk about anything. If you take it to an extreme, it's like all topics are unsafe. It'll make the stream very boring. So there's a line to be trod, and like I said before, it'll shift with vibes of the stream, what's going on the night, how I'm feeling, how chat's feeling. It's one of the, and then it's even harder when you've got someone with a microphone and everyone else with keyboards. Alright, let's go to here. Better. I didn't love the Forza 5 map. I thought the game was great. Thought the map was a bit, like, samey. I want to change cars to a drifty car. Don't love this is my only drift car. The way the cars handle in this game to me is way in front of Forza 5. From what people have told me, it's you know, they just upgrade to whatever the Forza Motorsport engine most recent one has been, which would make sense. But to me, this one just feels a lot more simulation-y. Whoa.
In 400 meters, you will arrive at your destination.
That would have been very close to a fail. Do not spin it again. Come on. I don't really have one. Oh, hang on. When you say stream family, sorry, I need to refresh my mind on the concept. Is stream family like the regular viewers, or is stream family regular viewers, mods, things like that, or is it like other streamers? I don't know that going downhill is going to be the way to do this.
Oh. No.
Better, not enough. Yeah. I think I need 140. Oh.
In 400 meters, you will arrive at your destination.
No. No. Well, that's gonna fail it. Come on. Just fail the drift. Come on. I'm Ghost. I'm not sure I understand the concept well enough to define that one. To be honest, I suspect you have a definition in mind that I'm not across, or at least there's an established context or concept. Almost certainly overthinking it. So unlike me.
In 400 meters, you will arrive at your destination.
Yay, 3 stars. Hang on. So a stream family is where it's a group you add people on stream to a family and you can play their games for free. But not at the same time. That sounds like so I can add Kate to my PlayStation and she can play my games if I'm not playing them. You can do similar things on Nintendo. I am not aware of that being a sort of thing you can do on stream. Taking a drift car in here was a choice. Steam, sorry. Steam. Yes, I don't have one, sorry. To be fair, stream family made less sense, so I'm glad that I caught onto that one. Yeah, don't have one. Probably mostly as everyone I know that plays video, most of the people I know that play video games, like, have their own, it would have been something that would have been very useful about 15 years ago when I had more time and less money.
At your destination.
Do you have a Steam family? What are you recommending? Oh, Ghost. Run that one past chat. Hey chat, do you think you have more money as in your late teens? Sorry, more. So we'll ignore the money thing. Obviously, it's pretty easy to accept you'll have more money as you get older. In terms of time, just the sense of how much time you have to do things, how much free time you have to invest in things that you want to do over things you feel like you have to do. In your experience, do you have more or less as a late teen, early 20s person? Ghost, when you say usually, who are we talking about in this scenario? Interesting. So these are all recommended. So pick whatever you want and the game will just match the class to you. Gotcha. Let's go this. Yeah, I wish it was the case, and certainly, like my, hang on. You don't know people who are usually physically down like a construction worker. Like, so you think... But you're saying that people have... So hang on, wait, did you used to have more time? Usually it's the other way, so suggesting that people would have less time. So the idea that so what you're saying is you think a construction worker would have less time as, say, a teenager than as a construction worker because it's physically demanding. Also, Maestro and I talk about this quite a lot. So typically, the average person will spend roughly 5 to 20 years old, roughly, in school, plus or minus a bit of university, and then 45 years in a workforce to get them to 65, and then most people live till about 80. So you're doing 45 years in a workforce for 15 years retirement, at which point you're probably a bit too old to enjoy life how you would have wanted to anyway. I don't know that saying that you have more time later... It's certainly you have more time, less time, more time as life goes on. That is also my goal, Ghost. How are you going to make that happen? I'm certainly on board with that goal. I've not got long to go before I miss out. I should change the difficulty. Back again, I'm on road races. I think I'm on road races. You're gonna need a plan. That sounds a lot like, I'm just gonna make it happen. Yeah, unfortunately, for most people, it is certainly not the case for everyone. For most people, wealth and opportunity does not fall into your lap. It happens because you make it happen. And as someone who is, let's say, approaching 20, if you were wanting to retire by 40, you would need to have saved up enough money at 40 to support yourself for approximately more than half your life. So you'd have another 45 years on average of life left to go, which, given inflation, would be a fairly obscene amount of money. Don't want to redo that one. Which means you would probably not have the whole thing planned out, but have... Like, most people that were going to pull that off would have would have already had their... something going. Man. This is a better debate I'm interested in. Maestro, if you're listening, we've got to figure out how Ghost is going to put the plans in place now so they can retire by 40. Yeah, so the bad news, Ghost, is I'll extend this to maybe as deliberate. Are you shitting me? What the fuck was that? Excuse the language, but that was ridiculous. if you feel like you don't have enough time for all the things you care about in your life now, that gets significantly worse later. To the point that basically every day is sort of choosing between what you prioritize, hoping that you don't deprioritize your job so much that you lose it, your girlfriend so much that you lose it, your hobbies so much that you don't care about them anymore, your health and fitness so much that you no longer have it. What is the good news is as you get older, you get better at managing these things and understanding what's important. But yeah, I certainly have like massively less time now than I used to. And you're failing on the getting the girlfriend one? Yeah. That's another thing that takes significant time and investment. Both the getting and the keeping. Yeah, and back to my previous point, it's almost like our lives are set up in such a way that it's hard to get ahead. So you say you're shy. Have you ever spoken to a girl, or, you know, let's assume when you say girlfriend, have you ever spoken to a girl and asked them whether being shy is something they don't like? Like, are you assuming that shy is bad, or are you just saying that because you're shy, it's inhibiting your ability to get a girlfriend? Yeah. I mean, yes, it will always be kind of a struggle in that regard. Practice helps. And, it's easier to talk to a girl who is your friend than a girl that you're actively trying to date. Sometimes it's better to just have some friends and whatnot. Also, I mean, the way it works is just about everyone's going to be nervous when they want to ask someone out. If you do have someone that you like and you just want to ask them out, the trick is to just bite the bullet and ask them out. You'll be nervous when you ask them out. You'll be nervous before the date. You'll be nervous during the date. You might be nervous for the second date. But at some point, if the dates continue, you will realize, I'm no longer nervous for this date. I'm just looking forward to it. And then you'll be so glad that you had the guts to ask the question in the first place. Kate and I have been together for like 4.5 years. I am diagnosed autistic now, and I was relatively good at dating when I met Kate because I'd done an awful lot of it. I remember how nervous she was. She was like visibly shaking for most of that date because she was so nervous. So was I. You just look past it and go, I feel like I can see the person behind the nerves. The second date, less nervous. The third date, less nervous. The fourth date, less nervous. And yeah. Well, yeah. If you want to retire at 40, Ghost, you're going to have a pretty good idea of how that money's going to work. Unfortunately, in the society that we have. Or, I guess, marry rich. I should have done that. I kind of did do that. A little bit. Not really. That is too close. Isn't it? Too close? Oh! It's too close.
Non-stop summer tunes.
I forgot how stupid powerful this car is. What do you want from me? One more. Come on. That had to do it. So step 1 money, step 2 is the girl, step 3 is power. I mean, if that's what you want to aim for. I would suggest start with the girl. Because if you start with money or power, you may wonder if that's what if they're really with you for you. Someone in the movie said that, I think. It sounds like bullshit advice.
Arrived at your destination.
Yeah, but then work out how you're going to be honest about it afterwards. Wonder if this one's going to be up high somewhere.
200 meters. Turn right. Turn right. In 400 meters. Turn right.
I guess my only feedback on that, Ghost, is there's a thin line between charming and smarmy. Smarmy, yes. I said what I said. With that attitude, you'll find out. What jobs are there with biology? A lot of the biology jobs will be science-based. You know, so biology is plants and animals as well as humans. So doctors start with biology. Medical research starts with biology. Vets start with biology. Animal scientists, plant scientists start with biology. Hang on. No, it's only animals, isn't it? It's not plants. Oh, no. Biology includes plants. What am I talking about? Oh, that was bad. Yeah. It's it's a very, because biology is sort of a broad science topic, you're gonna, like, it is. There are a lot of jobs that involve biology. Forensics is mostly to do with some form of crime. or issue. Investigation of some description. I don't know who John Brack is, so I couldn't tell you. Doesn't ring a bell. I admit I don't listen to a huge amount of Australian music. I could probably do better in that regard. Alright, I am going to take a short break, I think. I might run some ads while I'm at it. Goo. Oh, painting artist, fair enough. Yeah, I don't get to painting much either. I will see you next stream. That is Tuesday, probably playing 007. I'll see you then. And yeah, take a short break. I'm probably getting towards the end of the stream, but I'm going to play a bit longer and see what else I can tick off. I'll be back after a few minutes. Yes, looking forward to that one. I'll see you then, Ghost, and I'll be right back for everyone else. For every politician in our federal parliament, we have 60 lobbyists who have free access, full and free access. Like you pay a fee and then you just get free, like, and it's not quite money in brown paper bags, but it's basically money in brown paper bags. Like we have rampant corporate corruption in Australia. So like something like 80% of the population just wants a full ban on all gambling advertising. And that was a promise for the last election, and they're about to do it. And they're just kind of like, oh, actually, you know what? Oh, we were going to do some, like, maybe just ban it between certain times, but actually just look at bailouts when they're just like, oh no, this bank has they invested hundreds of millions or even hundreds of billions of dollars and they lost it, and we just can't have people losing that account of money because it's mums and dads. So then taxpayers, i.e. the mums and dads, give the big chunk of money to the bank so they could bail out their investors. Turns out not mums and dads, billionaires who are just like, hey, I invested $200 billion. I invested a stupid amount of money in a really stupid investment knowingly, and then it all went wrong. And instead of me going, well, that was dumb to me, I guess I'll have to just live off the rest of my fortune. It's unacceptable. People with lots of money cannot lose money. That can't happen. They run the economy. They keep things moving. So they just like take money out of taxpayers from public funds and then give it to the rich people. And then what you get from that is austerity. It's like it cuts in public services and cuts in mostly social services and public education and hospitals and things like that, because you have to, because suddenly there's no money for tax. I don't know why I didn't try and block there. What, did that guy just barf everywhere? So, right, so we say if you cause it, you don't get help. If you didn't cause it, you do. So people choose to smoke. Therefore, if they get lung cancer and they smoke, no help. But if you get lung cancer and you don't smoke, you get help, right? But what happens if you get lung cancer and you live with someone that smoked? Like, I know you didn't choose it, but why didn't you stop them smoking? Like, couldn't you choose to go outside? So we're getting a little bit complicated. Alcohol's another one. So if you drink a lot, that can make you quite unwell. So if you drink, that means if you drink and get liver cancer or any of the myriad, so like alcohol's a class 1 carcinogen as well. So if you get cancer, sorry, no good. So we're already starting to get into murky grey territory. You can extend it further. What happens if you're someone who engages in a lot of sport? Like I play hockey. So field hockey is running around hitting a ball on a stick. What happens if through playing hockey, I cop quite a serious injury? I chose to do that. Do I get covered? Like, is that... the issue I have with this kind of thinking, right? That we go, aha, we're going to draw a box around the good people in society, because it's also just an aside, often whenever someone does that, they just draw a box around the people all of one color. But anyway, let's get away from that argument. So you draw a box here, all the people that have full-time jobs and pay good tax and don't have criminal records and don't do drugs, cool. Here are all the good people. You get help, everyone else, go fuck yourself. People don't just exist in that box. People start their life outside the box and then move into it and then move back out of it and then move back into it. If we're calling the box as someone as being like just a productive member of society, like they are net output as opposed. It's the FIA, I suspect, is less of the problem, and more of the problem is the fact that they're what's the word for it? Marshals are volunteers. It's the same problem that the AFL has partially addressed, which will make no sense to you, Masha, presumably. But so I'll start with the Australian Football League. Never used to pay their umpires. So you've just got volunteers who work, they're lawyers and they're doctors and they're whatever else. So you get this inconsistency in terms of fitness, their ability to follow the game and how they apply the rules and everything. The AFL has made most of the umpire. I think for the men's game, they're now professionals, and the women's, they're still volunteers. But anyway, by doing that, you then have people who are like professionally these things, and you can standardize the whole thing. You can kind of control and make sure they're all on the same page. The marshals should be part of the tour and travel around. Okay. Let's see. Oh, it's back in the city. Huh. All right. We've done all the races out here. Cool. Let's go to here and grab this little guy. Excuse me, I'm trying to go off-road. It's a radio station. No, we're going the right way. We'll figure it out. Uh-oh. Oh, it's right. It's behind me, isn't it? Oh, I pulled that off. I'm impressed.
Arrived at your destination.
And how the fuck are we going to do that? Is there a ramp, or I have to do it off the, off just the hill? I don't know if this is lined up with it. It might be. And if we jump into West Favorites. Let's go.
Simon Neil here with the hottest, loudest, non-stop rock.
Right idea, wrong vector. mean, eventually there'll be no trees left, so it'll be easier. Like, I'm getting the air required. I'm getting closer. Yeah, this is, I'm like, this is a shit way to end the stream. Now I'm not so sure. Well, at least getting, I didn't think getting stuck on this towards the end of the stream would be a good thing. Like I said, there'll be no trees left. Got it.
I bet you're fried after finding all those.
Dude, what now? They're just gonna give you a house.
Hey, I tried.
Turn sharp left. Turn sharp left. 100 meters. Turn right.
Sorry, I'm trying to find my house.
You have arrived at your destination.
This is way closer to Tokyo.
Location, location, location. A house right in the beating heart of Japan.
Jesus. 3 million. What's VIP? Did I just use something? Was that a consumable, or am I just that good? That is the worst car I've ever seen.
Welcome back, Hugh.
It's a sick house.
Yuji insists this one gets some time on the road. So, give it a spin.
Later. Will it now be in color? Yes.
You'll enjoy this one. It's a real sought-after collector's car, especially with that iconic double wing.
It's true, it does look quite nice.
Considering it's been driven in complete secret, I think you owe it to the car to show it off.
I think I've only found 3 so far. Correct. Ghibli Cup Maserati. I just like the name. that a BMW? Nah, okay. I was looking at the wrong car. This is definitely the car you want to take into Tokyo.
Fuel your drive with high-octane rock energy. Excess.
In 200 meters, turn right. Turn right.
Is this one going to be on the roof too? Yeah, me too. I don't have... Well, come on. I've got hockey tomorrow at 6:30. And Kate's not home till Sunday. We unlocked the rocket
The
thing.
next Horizon Rush event is ready to take off. Well, once they've finished fueling the rocket.
I should probably do that because it's going to put new events where I've already cleared. Yeah, I mean, also the intent always was for streams to be 4+ hours. I just rarely do it.
Ready for the Horizon Rush? Not sure how you prepare for a huge stunt course around a giant rocket. Do you think it'll take off? I guess we'll find out.
You have arrived at your destination.
4 minutes. Alright. So what is this? Like race the rocket so you don't get burnt to a crisp? Nice car though. Oh, it's just a time trial. Cool. Someone made a fast Subaru. Somehow made that. Oh my god. Made that sound like a dig. It's the spectacle. We're doing the spectacle. Oh. Oh, that hurt my back. Oh, Jesus. No worries. I was, to be honest, expecting a rocket. Like, I was some Fast and the Furious bullshit where I race a rocket in space on a rainbow road or something. As I get the rockets taking off. Safe. Smoky. Come on, turn. At least I'm not doing the thing with these where, like, you're not even making the jumps. It's like, I'm definitely not fast enough then. Oh. Nah, go back. This thing's, oh god, too long to... Oh, I think I took too long. It wanted it less than 4 minutes, damn it.
Now that
Oh, hang on.
was ridiculous. Ridiculously good, of course. Wow.
Okay, no complaints. Alright, does that unlock a whole heap of new...
A purple wristband is no simple task.
Purple.
You're pushing towards the elite, and reaching this event will see you into legend status. These events are curated for the best of the best. Complete these, and your legend event will be waiting for you.
Oh. So, turn my filters back on. Can't yet.
A step closer to Legend Island. I'm sure I'll see you there.
Alright, so I don't know, but I think I didn't need to do that, but that's okay. So new events. $3.13. Alright, this will be fun. I'm in the right car. Oh, even close. So, just got an email from my old PhD supervisor. I didn't even get close to that. Right again. I could do that better, but apparently I'm going to be professor.
Together.
What I wanted to do was just not fast travel. I want to set so you give me some cornering advice. That is such a hard corner. Come on. That's why you're doing this, right? That corner fucking sucks. Show me. You look so easy. Alright, it's just very, very hidden. Well, not hidden, like the exit of the corner is very hidden.
Arrived at your destination.
How much? 32. What does it take to get 32? No. That was worse. Alright, one more where I just sort of trying to control it. High speed control, you know. I don't think that was any faster. Yeah, not gonna do it. Let's just have a look and see what the found it very funny. Like they got it listed but just no advice. Let's see if we're gonna have the Mazda Miata. No Miatas. Maybe we should get a Miata. Alright. Do I want to do anything else or go to here? I'm assuming I'm going to see this thing. Wait, it's got to be this, right? 2, 3. Oh, I need 4.
One giant leap on the way to becoming a legend. You've got the right stuff. They should have sent the poet. Houston, we don't have a problem.
What's going to fly more than that? Wait, what if we just did an even bigger run-up?
You tell Scott he wanted to be an astronaut when he was a kid? Yeah, I did. And yeah, well, now I'm a base arena DJ. Close enough. Still send you to the stars.
Just in case it actually does matter. So.
It's me, Scott Tyler, bringing you the biggest tunes on Horizon Base Arena.
Yo, big news, Horizon.
Oh.
Almost got me a green wristband yesterday. Like, I was poised. Second place into the last
How much
corner,
more?
and then I thought about my yellow wristband.
34. That feels like a different car.
And I just
Alright.
spun right out. Do any of you future legends ever feel that way? Like,
That feels like enough for this evening. I think it has been a good stream. I've had fun. I appreciate people hanging out and chatting with me. Whilst I work through my feelings on this Friday evening. Excuse me, I'm just trying to find someone good to raid. This person looks good. Let's go have a look at Woodrow Jenkins. So, for those that would like to join, I have put together a new raid message. If you'd like to use it, you're welcome to. I will post it. No one else has to. Anyway. This person seems... Oh, they're taking photos. Okay, I mean, a very short assessment, but I like their vibe. So let's jump over and see what Woodrow Jenkins is doing. Once again, thank you for hanging out. I have had a fun time. I'm not streaming tomorrow night as I have a hockey game quite late. So my next stream will be Tuesday night when I'm almost positive I'll be doing a early, like day before release stream of 007 First Light. Hope to see you there. If you would like to follow, I'm very close to my follower goal. When that goes off, there's a $70 Australian voucher that'll go to someone when I draw it. There's also a Discord channel if you'd like to keep up with when I will be streaming next. there is a link if you'd like to have it. All right, let's do this. Have I actually hit the raid button? I have. Start raid. All right, thanks everyone. Oh, hang on, it starts the timer now. Thanks everyone, I'll see you soon. Alright, it's a small number of raiders. What I might do is cancel that and we'll just end the stream anyway. No hard feelings there. I feel a bit sussed raiding with 2 people. So instead, I'll just press stop. Thanks very much. See you next time.